Sometimes the universe begins with a sound too small for anyone to notice, a glass clinking in the kitchen at midnight, a whisper echoing through a room no one remembers building. And sometimes it begins with the absence of someone you thought would never leave. Tonight, we wander into that kind of beginning, the kind that feels both impossible and deeply familiar. A tale of Ricks and Mortys, not in the way of noise and chaos, but as a lullaby of memory, longing, and quiet disappearance. And before we step into the story, let us say this clearly: we truly care for you. And we're glad you're here with us. You matter more than you know. So before we begin, tell us, where in the world are you listening from and what time is it there? Now grab your coffee, or maybe just hold on to the comfort of your blanket, and let's drift into the story. The morning after the silence felt heavier than the night before. There had been no alarms, no sudden flashing lights, no declarations from anyone in authority. Just absence. A simple vanishing, quiet and irreversible, like a candle that had been burning for so long you never thought to notice its flame until the room was dark. Morty woke into that strangeness with his hands curled against his chest, as if his body had been trying to hold on to something during sleep. He sat up slowly, blinking against a pale glow leaking in from the fractured skylights of the dormitory. The other Mortys stirred too, a small sea of confused eyes peering into a day without their guardians. Some shuffled to their routines without question, brushing teeth, straightening their identical yellow shirts, murmuring half-hearted jokes. But others lingered. They were waiting, though they didn't know what for. The absence had not yet sunk deep into them. They still thought the Ricks were hidden somewhere nearby, maybe late for breakfast, maybe tangled in some private experiment. But Morty felt the truth curling in his stomach, the way you sometimes know a storm is coming, not because of the clouds, but because of the stillness of the air. He didn't want to say it out loud. Words had power, and once spoken, they refused to leave. Instead, he slipped outside. The air was different here too, carrying a fragile stillness. The citadel, usually loud with machinery, buzzes, and the peculiar electricity of invention hummed faintly as though remembering itself in fragments. Morty walked past the long corridors lined with empty labs, each one with a door slightly ajar, as if left in the middle of something important. Papers were scattered. Coffee mugs sat cooling, untouched. The kind of details you'd expect if people were coming back soon. Only they weren't. He felt it. There was a robot mopping the floor by the entrance to the council wing. Its sensors clicked faintly, repeating a looped song in a tinny voice. Half a lullaby, half a mechanical hum. The robot didn't look up. It didn't seem to notice the silence that had swallowed the building whole. Morty paused, listening to it, and for a moment he thought the sound might soothe him, but it only made the emptiness sharper. He wondered if this was how birds felt after their flock scattered, some winged instinct whispering that they were suddenly alone against the vastness of the sky. He thought about Rick then. Not just his, Rick, but every Rick. They had always filled the space like weather, like thunder and lightning crackling unpredictably, like winds that blew from directions Morty couldn't name. Sometimes destructive, often exhausting, but always there. And now the lack of them pressed into Morty's chest like a weight. He felt smaller without their storm. Perhaps this was what people meant by legacy. Not what someone does when they're present, but the silence they leave behind when they're gone. The day passed slowly, stretched thin across the uncertainty. Some Mortys tried to organize. They gathered in clusters, whispering possibilities, making charts on the walls, drawing lines between dimensions like children pretending to be teachers. but their voices cracked. Without Rick's, their theories felt flimsy, like paper boats set loose on deep water. Others laughed too loud, forcing humor into the emptiness. That laughter broke easily, dissolving into quiet again. Morty wandered away from them. His feet carried him toward the observation deck, a place Rick had once told him was pointless. Stars look the same no matter what version of reality you're in, Rick had muttered, spilling something oily onto the floor. Morty hadn't answered back then, but he remembered the words now. He pressed his forehead to the cool glass and stared at those stars. They didn't look the same to him at all. They looked like watchful eyes. He wondered if maybe the Ricks had disappeared into one of those distant pinpricks if their absence was a kind of journey no one could follow. The thought made him feel smaller still, but also not entirely hopeless. Stars had always been distant, unreachable, yet people looked at them anyway. Maybe that was enough. Maybe you didn't need to chase what left you. Maybe noticing its absence was its own kind of presence. He let the idea rest in him, soft and incomplete. Later that evening, Morty sat with another boy, another Morty, on the cracked steps outside the dormitory. They didn't know each other well. In truth, no Morty ever knew another all that deeply. They were too similar, too interchangeable, always orbiting their Ricks like moons. But tonight, without that gravity, they could speak. "Do you think they're coming back?" the other Morty asked, his voice pitched small, as if the world might snap at him for asking. Morty shrugged. "I don't know." He paused, staring at his hands. "Feels like when I was a kid and my grandpa left for a long trip. Nobody said where, just that he'd be gone a while. And I waited at the window every night, thinking maybe headlights would turn into the driveway, but they never did." The other boy nodded slowly, biting at his lip. Neither of them spoke for a while. The night deepened. Somewhere the janitor robot sang its broken lullaby. Somewhere else, a door creaked, though no one came through it. Morty closed his eyes. Behind them, he could almost hear Rick's voice, again, sharp, amused, layered with the smell of smoke and engine grease. But he knew it wasn't real. Just memory, curling like mist at the edges of his thoughts. And still he held on to it, because it was something. He thought of clouds, too. When he was much younger, he'd lie in the grass and watch them roll overhead, reshaping themselves endlessly. He had asked once if clouds ever disappeared, or if they only turned into rain, into fog, into something else. His mother told him, nothing is ever really gone. It only changes. He wondered if that was true of Rick's too. Maybe they hadn't disappeared. Maybe they had changed into something the Mortys couldn't yet see. This thought soothed him, just enough to ease the weight in his chest, not enough to give answers, but enough to let him breathe. He looked at the other Morty and saw the same searching expression mirrored there, and for the first time he realized they were bound not by their sameness but by their longing. They missed in the same way. That was enough to sit together without words. Night folded itself deeper. The stars outside the observation deck glowed faintly, patient and eternal. The robot's lullaby drifted through the halls like a memory that refused to fade. Morty leaned back against the steps, let his eyes close again, and told himself he would remember this, the silence, the strangeness, the way loss could bind instead of break. And though he didn't know it, that was the beginning of something. Small but important, not a grand adventure, not a revelation, shouted across dimensions. Just a boy learning to sit with emptiness, and finding in it the faint heartbeat of connection. He breathed. He let the night carry him. And for the first time since the Ricks had vanished, he felt the edges of sleep reaching for him like a quiet hand. The third day without the Ricks began with a muted kind of light. It was not sunrise because on the citadel there was no real sky to rise into, but rather a subtle shift in the colour of the corridors, as though someone had turned the brightness down on an old television screen. Morty stirred awake to the hush of footsteps around him. Some Mortys still clung to routines, folding their blankets with meticulous care, lining up for breakfast, even though the cafeteria machines sputtered and served tasteless paste without the oversight of Ricks. Others drifted aimlessly, rubbing their eyes, caught between disbelief and resignation. It was strange how quickly absence became normal. Morty sat up, the stiff cot creaking beneath him. He rubbed the sleep from his face and let his gaze settle on the cracked ceiling above. He thought of how, when he was younger, Rick used to tell him that cracks in ceilings were like maps, each line pointing somewhere he'd never go. Morty had never understood that, not fully. But now, lying there, he imagined each fracture as a path leading away into silence. Maybe that was what Rick had meant all along, roads that existed but couldn't be walked. He rose slowly, his body heavy with a weariness that wasn't just from sleep. Around him, the other Mortys whispered about theories. Some said the Ricks had been kidnapped. Some insisted they'd created a new universe and abandoned the old. A few laughed nervously, claiming this was just another elaborate test. Morty didn't correct them. He didn't say what he felt deep down, that this wasn't a puzzle to solve. It was something larger, more permanent. Saying it aloud would have broken the fragile hope that still hovered in the room like dust in sunlight. Instead, he slipped away again, out into the corridor. The janitor robot was still there, its mop sliding across the floor in slow arcs, singing that faint lullaby. The song was broken in places, as if memory itself had glitched, but its persistence was comforting. Morty paused, listening. Then, on impulse, he spoke to it. "Hey," he said quietly. Do you know where they went?" The robot paused, sensors flickering, before answering in a voice roughened by static. "Gone. Gone. Gone." Then it resumed its song, mop swishing. Morty swallowed. He didn't know what he expected. Maybe wisdom hidden in the circuits, maybe something like reassurance. But all he got was the repetition of a truth he already knew. He lingered anyway, watching the machine's slow rhythm. There was something soothing in its refusal to stop, a reminder that even in absence, some patterns held steady. Later, Morty found himself drawn back to the observation deck. The stars beyond the glass burned faintly, as though watching with patient eyes. He pressed his palms against the cold surface and tried to imagine Rick out there, drifting between galaxies, tinkering with machines no one else could understand. He whispered under his breath, "If you're out there, I hope you're not alone." The words echoed back in his chest, soft and unanswerable. He wasn't alone for long. The other Morty, the one who had sat with him the night before, appeared at the doorway, hesitating before stepping inside. He carried a dented thermos in his hands, something he must have scavenged from the mess hall. "Figured you might want some," he said awkwardly, offering it. Morty accepted, sipping carefully. The liquid inside was bitter, metallic, but warm. He nodded his thanks, and they stood side by side at the glass, staring into the vastness. "You think they're watching us?" the other Morty asked, after a long silence. "Maybe," Morty murmured. "Or maybe they wanted us to watch ourselves for once." The other boy nodded slowly. They didn't need to say more. The stillness filled the space between their words, enough to stitch them together in quiet companionship. As the hours unfolded, the citadel grew stranger. Without the constant interruptions of Rick's, time moved differently. Morty noticed details he had never seen before. The way dust caught light in the corridors, the faint hum of the walls as if the building itself had a heartbeat, the shadows that shifted like slow tides. It was as though the world had been waiting all along for silence, only now revealing itself. In the cafeteria, Morty watched a small group of Mortys gather around a cracked table. One of them was telling a story, not loudly, not with the bravado of distraction, but gently. He spoke of a Rick who used to whistle while he worked, off-key but steady, filling the lab with music that clung to the air long after he left. Mortys listened closely, their eyes soft, as if remembering someone they hadn't met but could still feel. Morty stayed on the edge, listening too. He realized then that stories were becoming the new gravity, pulling them together in the absence of their old orbits. Not grand tales of invention or chaos, but tiny fragments, habits, gestures, the way a Rick's laugh sometimes broke unexpectedly, into warmth. These small memories carried weight, more than equations or blueprints ever had. That night, Morty lay awake on his cot, staring again at the cracked ceiling. He thought of the janitor robot, of the stars, of the other Morty offering him bitter warmth. He thought of stories shared at the cafeteria table. And he realized something. The silence wasn't empty. It was full of echoes waiting to be heard. He turned onto his side, closing his eyes. A memory surfaced, Rick once fixing a broken radio in the garage. Morty had asked why he bothered, since they could just buy a new one. Rick had grunted, wires between his teeth, and muttered, "Because things remember who held them, and sometimes that's enough." Morty hadn't understood back then. Now, lying in the hush of the citadel, he thought he did. The citadel remembered, the robot remembered, the Mortys remembered. Even if the Ricks never came back, their presence lingered like fingerprints pressed into the fabric of everything. And so, Morty allowed himself to drift, not into despair, but into a quiet acceptance. He didn't know where the story was leading, but he didn't feel the need to chase it anymore. It was enough, for now, to notice the silence and let it carry him. His breathing slowed. The shadows stretched across the dormitory floor like soft blankets. Somewhere down the hall, the janitor robot sang its broken lullaby again. And in that steady rhythm, Morty found the edges of sleep tugging gently at him, like waves against the shore. On the fourth day, the citadel seemed to breathe differently. The air was heavier, as if carrying a weight that could no longer be ignored. The absence of the Ricks was no longer new, no longer an oddity to be explained away. It was beginning to sink into the walls, into the steps of every wandering Morty, into the silence that stretched between meals. Morty rose from his cot slower than usual, the stiffness in his body matching the heaviness in his mind. Around him, the room was quieter than before. Conversations had grown sparse, whispers fading into gestures, as though words themselves had grown too fragile to use. He wandered the halls with no real purpose, letting his feet carry him where they wished. He passed the janitor robot again, its mop tracing circles into the floor. This time he didn't stop. He only listened as he walked by, letting the faint lullaby echo against the walls of his mind. There was comfort in knowing it was still there, doing its small work as though nothing had changed. Maybe that was the secret. To keep moving in circles, pretending the world was the same, even when it wasn't. By midday, Morty found himself in a forgotten corner of the citadel, a place where the lights flickered faintly and dust settled thick against the rails. There was a balcony there, small and half-collapsed, overlooking the endless machinery that powered the city. He leaned against the cool metal, staring into the layers of gears and pistons that churned without pause. The machinery didn't care that the Ricks were gone. It moved anyway, stubbornly faithful to its design. Watching it, Morty felt a strange mix of sadness and peace. The world didn't need anyone to keep spinning, it simply did. The other Morty appeared again, the same one who had shared the bitter drink with him. He didn't speak at first, just leaned beside him on the railing, their shoulders nearly brushing. They stood in silence, watching the machinery below. After a while, the other boy said, "I had a dream last night. My Rick was still here. He was fixing something and I was just watching him, like always. Only, when I tried to speak, no words came out. He didn't look at me. It was like I wasn't even there." Morty swallowed, staring deeper into the gears. "Maybe dreams are just echoes," he said softly. "Things we can't hold on to anymore." The other Morty nodded, though his eyes were clouded. "Still felt real," he whispered. They didn't speak again for a long while. The hum of the machinery filled the silence, steady and low, like a heartbeat. Morty found himself breathing, in rhythm with it, his chest rising and falling with the same slow tempo. It soothed him, even as it unsettled him. That evening, something shifted in the dormitory. A small group of Mortys gathered at the center, not to theorize or argue, but to share. One by one, they spoke of their Ricks, not about inventions or grand adventures, but about the smaller things, the way a Rick sometimes rested his chin in his hand when he was lost in thought, the way another whistled tunelessly while soldering wires, the way one had once made a sandwich at midnight and shared half without a word. These fragments painted a softer picture, one that Morty hadn't seen clearly before. The Ricks were loud and brilliant and often cruel, but they were also human in the ways no one noticed until they were gone. Morty listened quietly, the stories weaving around him like threads. When it was his turn, he hesitated. Then, in a low voice, he said, "My Rick." He used to fall asleep in his chair sometimes, head tilted back, mouth open, like he'd fought the day too long and couldn't keep it up anymore. I'd cover him with a blanket. He'd never say anything about it, but the next day he'd leave me a snack or something, like he knew. The others nodded, eyes soft. The story settled among theirs, another echo added to the growing chorus of memory. Morty felt a warmth in his chest, fragile but real. Maybe absence wasn't only loss, maybe it was also an invitation to remember. That night, Morty couldn't sleep. He lay awake, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, tracing them, like roads again. The silence was heavier now, pressing against his ears. He sat up, restless, and slipped out into the hall. His steps carried him back to the observation deck, almost without thought. The stars beyond the glass glowed faintly, distant and patient. He pressed his forehead against the cool surface and whispered, "Do you miss us too?" There was no answer, of course. Only the endless sprawl of galaxies. But in the stillness, Morty felt something stir inside him, a quiet resilience. Maybe the stars didn't need to answer. Maybe it was enough that they were still there, still shining, even in silence. He stayed there a long time until his eyelids grew heavy. Eventually, he curled up against the wall, letting the faint starlight wash over him. His breathing slowed, and the vastness outside folded into his dreams. In the dream, he was small again, lying in the grass of a world with real skies. Clouds rolled overhead, shifting into shapes that stretched and dissolved before his eyes. He heard laughter, faint and familiar, though he couldn't tell if it belonged to Rick or to someone else. He reached up, trying to catch the clouds, but they slipped through his fingers. And yet, even as they vanished, he felt comfort in their passing. Because nothing was really gone. It only changed. When Morty woke, the stars had shifted in their places, and the citadel was still humming. He rose slowly, brushing the stiffness from his limbs, and whispered to himself, "I'll remember." The words were small, but they anchored him, as if speaking them carved a space in the silence where he could belong. The day stretched ahead, uncertain and wide. But Morty no longer felt entirely lost within it. He had stories to hold on to, memories to carry, and silence that could be shared rather than feared. The absence was still there, but it no longer felt like emptiness. It felt like space. Space to listen, space to grow. He stepped back toward the dormitory, his heart a little steadier, his steps a little lighter. The janitor robot was still singing its broken lullaby, circling its mop across the floor. For the first time, Morty smiled faintly at the sound. It was imperfect, incomplete, but it was something, and for now that was enough. By the 5th day, the citadel had settled into a rhythm of absence. The strange part wasn't that the Ricks were gone, but that life had learned how to bend around the hollow space they left. Mortys woke, ate, wandered, and slept again, their routines stitched together with silence. The machines kept working, the halls kept humming, the stars kept shining, and yet everything felt tilted, as if the world had lost its anchor and was now floating slowly away from itself. Morty noticed how time no longer seemed to move the same. Days stretched thin, long, and fragile, while moments sometimes folded on themselves, doubling in weight. He could sit for an hour in the cafeteria, listening to the sound of spoons scraping bowls, and it would feel endless. But then a glance at the stars from the observation deck could vanish in a breath, leaving him uncertain if he'd been there minutes or hours. The silence did strange things to clocks. That morning, the other Morty, the boy who had become a quiet companion, found him again. He carried 2 cups of bitter coffee from the cafeteria machines, steam curling faintly above them. He handed one over without words. They sat side by side at the edge of the hallway, sipping slowly, letting the warmth soothe their hands more than their mouths. "I used to hate this stuff," the boy murmured, staring into the cup. "Rick always said coffee wasn't for kids. He'd laugh if he saw us now." Morty smiled faintly, though the expression barely reached his eyes. Maybe he would, or maybe he'd just take the cups for himself and not say anything. The boy chuckled softly, then fell silent. Their laughter didn't linger long. It folded back into quiet, as everything did now. But even silence felt less sharp when shared. Later that day, Morty found himself wandering back to the place where the Mortys had gathered before, telling small stories of their Ricks. The circle was larger now. Word had spread. More faces leaned in, hungry for connection, for fragments of memory to soften the hollow inside them. One Morty spoke about how his Rick had taught him to whistle, though he could never quite get it right, Another recalled how his Rick once patched up a scraped knee without a word, the gesture clumsy but unexpectedly gentle. When it was Morty's turn, he hesitated again. Then quietly, he said, "My Rick used to hum sometimes when he was building. Not a song, just noises like he wasn't even aware of it. I'd hear it from the other room. It made the house feel less empty." The group nodded softly, letting the image settle among the rest. Their circle of memories grew heavier and lighter all at once, a strange balance of grief and comfort. Morty realized then that memory was like a lantern. It didn't erase the darkness, but it made it easier to stand within it. As night drew close, Morty slipped away from the group and returned to the balcony overlooking the machinery. The gears turned steadily, their rhythm patient, eternal. He rested his arms against the railing and let his thoughts drift. He wondered if somewhere, across some unreachable dimension, Rick was staring into similar machinery, thinking the same thoughts. Or maybe Rick wasn't thinking of him at all. That possibility hurt, but it also felt real, and Morty was beginning to accept that reality wasn't always gentle. The other Morty found him there again, carrying no coffee this time, just himself. They stood together, gazing down. After a long silence, the boy asked, "Do you ever think maybe they wanted to leave?" Morty's chest tightened. He didn't answer at once. The thought was dangerous, heavy, but he couldn't ignore it. Slowly, he nodded. "Yeah, sometimes I think they did. Maybe they needed to go. Maybe this was their choice." The boy's eyes dropped. "Doesn't make it hurt less." "No," Morty agreed softly. "But maybe it makes it easier to let go." They didn't speak again. They didn't need to. The hum of the machinery filled the silence between them, steady and low. When Morty returned to the dormitory, he lay awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling as usual. He traced the cracks like roads again, but this time he imagined them, not leading into emptiness but into possibilities. Roads didn't have to end. They could keep going, even if you didn't know where. He thought of clouds, of stars, of gears turning. He thought of stories, of coffee shared, of laughter that didn't last but mattered anyway. Eventually, his eyes closed. He drifted into another dream. In this dream, he was walking through a field of grass, soft and endless. The sky above was wide and blue, filled with clouds that shifted into shapes he almost recognized. One cloud looked like a mop, circling endlessly. Another looked like a chair tilted back, a blanket draped across it. He felt small, but he didn't feel alone. He heard voices too, faint and layered, a chorus of Rick speaking words he couldn't quite catch. They weren't scolding or shouting, they sounded almost kind. The sound wrapped around him, gentle as the wind, until he sank into it completely. When he woke, the dormitory was still dim. The other Mortys stirred softly around him, breathing slow in their sleep. Morty sat up, stretching his arms, and whispered to himself, "Maybe dreams are just ways of remembering too." The janitor robot sang its broken lullaby down the hall, steady as ever. Morty smiled faintly at the sound. He rose, moving toward the corridor, his steps light though his chest was heavy. He pressed a hand to the cold wall, feeling its hum beneath his skin. He thought again of what Rick had once said about things, remembering who held them. Maybe the citadel itself remembered. Maybe that was why it still hummed. Morty let the thought rest in him, soft and unpolished. He didn't need answers. Not yet. It was enough to feel the hum, to hear the lullaby, to know that memory lingered even in silence. It was enough to walk slowly into the day, carrying those small things like lanterns in the dark. And for the first time since the Ricks had disappeared, Morty felt something that was almost hope. Not the loud kind, not the desperate kind, just a quiet, steady pulse in the silence, reminding him that even absence could hold meaning. He breathed in, breathed out, and let the day carry him forward. On the sixth day, the Citadel's silence no longer felt like something temporary. It had seeped too deeply into the halls, stretched too far across the routines of the Mortys. The echo of voices that once shouted orders, cursed at experiments, or muttered through equations had faded completely. What was left was a strange steadiness, a rhythm built out of the absence itself. Morty felt it when he woke, like a low vibration beneath the cot, like the hum of the Citadel breathing around him. The other Mortys moved more slowly now. Their urgency had drained away, replaced with a kind of fragile acceptance. They spoke less, and when they did, it was often about small things: the flavor of the breakfast paste, the color of a shirt, the way the lights flickered at odd hours. Big questions, where the Ricks had gone, whether they would return, were spoken less often. It was as if the questions had grown too heavy to carry. Morty walked alone through the corridors that morning, his footsteps echoing against the hollow walls. He paused often, touching doors left ajar, glancing into empty labs with cold instruments still scattered across tables. Each room felt like a frozen moment, as if the Ricks had stepped out only for a breath and never returned. He thought of what it meant to leave something behind in such a way, unfinished, unspoken. Maybe this was what they had intended all along, not to finish, but to vanish. Vanish. The janitor robot was still circling the same stretch of floor, its mop squeaking softly, the broken lullaby leaking through its static voice. Morty stopped again to listen. This time, instead of walking past, he sat down across from it. He watched the slow rhythm of its movements, the endless repetition of its song. "You don't get tired, do you?" he whispered. The robot did not answer, but its sensors flickered briefly as though it heard. Morty leaned back against the wall, letting the sound wash over him. It reminded him of something constant, something that didn't bend or break even when the world shifted. By midday, he found himself drifting back toward the circle of Mortys who gathered to tell stories. It had grown even larger, now filling nearly the entire cafeteria. The air was heavy with memory. One Morty told of a Rick who had built a music box, not for science, not for any experiment, but simply because he liked the sound of it. Another remembered a Rick who once planted a small tree in a lab corner, watering it with such absent-minded care that the Morty had done the same after he disappeared. Each story was small, ordinary, but together they felt like a constellation. Tiny, lights scattered across a sky, forming a pattern that was more than any one star alone. Morty shared again when his turn came. His voice was quiet, but steady. My Rick used to, well, sometimes he'd sit outside with me, just sit. He'd smoke and I'd watch the stars. He didn't talk much. But one night he said, "The thing about stars is they don't care. If you're looking, they'll burn either way." At the time, I thought it was cold, but now I think maybe he was telling me it was okay to rest. That things don't need you to hold them up. They keep shining anyway. The group sat with the thought, their faces soft, their eyes lowered. Silence spread gently, not heavy this time, but peaceful, as though the memory itself had become a blanket they all shared. Morty felt the warmth of it settle inside him. That evening, the other Morty found him again, bringing no coffee this time, no stories, just presence. They walked together down to the machinery below, the endless gears, still turning like tides beneath the citadel. They leaned against the railing, watching. "Do you ever think," the boy began slowly, "that maybe we're not supposed to find out? That maybe the not knowing is the point?" Morty thought about it, his gaze fixed on the shifting gears. Maybe. Rick always said answers were overrated. He liked the chase more than the truth. He paused, exhaling softly. Maybe this is his last lesson. To sit with not knowing. The boy nodded, eyes following the rhythm of the machinery. Neither spoke again for a long while. The hum filled the air, steady and patient, as though agreeing with them. Later, when Morty returned to the dormitory, he found himself restless again. Sleep came slowly these days, as if his mind wanted to stay awake to hold on to the silence. He rose and drifted back to the observation deck, pressing his forehead once more against the cool glass. The stars burned faintly, endless and unchanging. He whispered to them, not expecting an answer. "I'm trying," he said. "I don't know if it's enough, but I'm trying." The stars gave no reply, but Morty thought he saw them flicker as though winking gently in acknowledgement. Maybe it was only his imagination. But imagination, he realized, was a kind of remembering too. When sleep finally came, it carried him into another dream. In this one, he was walking through corridors filled with echoes. He could hear voices, Rick's talking, laughing, muttering, but he couldn't see them. The voices layered together, building a kind of music. It wasn't chaotic this time. It was gentle, almost harmonious, like waves against the shore. He followed the sound, though he never reached its source. Still, the sound itself was enough, wrapping around him like a blanket until he felt safe within it. He woke in the early dimness of the citadel, his chest heavy but calm. Around him, the other Mortys still slept, their breathing slow and steady. He looked at them and thought, not for the first time, that maybe their togetherness mattered more now than it ever had before. They were no longer moons orbiting Rick's. They were something else, something quieter, but maybe stronger. He sat up, stretching, and whispered again to himself, "I'll remember." The words had become a ritual now, an anchor at the start of each day. He touched the wall gently, feeling its hum beneath his palm, as though reminding himself that even silence carried memory. The janitor robot was still singing down the hall, its broken lullaby looping endlessly. Morty smiled faintly at the sound and rose from his cot. He didn't know what the day would bring, but he no longer felt afraid of it. The silence had become part of him now, woven into his breath, his thoughts, his dreams. And though he didn't have answers, he had something else: presence, memory, and the small lantern light of hope. He stepped into the corridor, breathing in the quiet, and let the day unfold like a slow song, steady and unfinished. By the 7th night, the citadel had begun to feel like a place caught between waking and dreaming. The Mortys moved through its corridors with slower steps, as though afraid to break whatever fragile rhythm held everything together. Even the air seemed different, lighter in some spaces, heavier in others, carrying echoes that might have been memories, or might have only been the sound of emptiness rearranging itself. Morty found himself waking earlier than the others, as if some invisible hand tugged him gently out of sleep before the lights brightened. He would sit on his cot, listening to the hush of their breathing, the occasional restless murmur, the whir of the janitor robot beginning its endless journey down the hall. There was something comforting about being awake while the others slept, as though he were watching over them, even if he had nothing to guard against. He wandered again that morning, drifting without plan. The citadel stretched endlessly, and though he had walked many of its paths, he knew he had not seen them all. This time he took a corridor he had always avoided, its lights dimmer, its walls cracked, as though age itself had seeped into the structure. Dust lay on the floor, undisturbed. He wondered if any Rick had walked here in years, or if the place had already been abandoned long before the disappearance. At the end of the corridor, he found a door slightly ajar. Inside was a small room with shelves lined in haphazard rows. Books, actual paper books, their covers worn and edges yellowed. Morty stepped closer, his hand brushing over the spines. Most were filled with equations and notes in Rick's cramped handwriting, but tucked between them were stranger things, sketches of skies from different worlds, fragments of poetry scribbled on napkins, letters never sent. He pulled one small book from the shelf and sat on the floor, opening it gently. Inside were drawings, stars, trees, and faces he didn't recognize. Between the sketches were words written softly in ink. They weren't instructions or theories, they were reflections. Thoughts about silence, about loneliness, about finding small joys in impossible places. He read a line aloud to himself. "Sometimes the only truth I can hold is the warmth of a hand I no longer touch." The words settled into him like a stone, dropped into water, rippling through layers he hadn't known were waiting. He closed the book carefully and placed it back, almost reverently. There was something fragile about these remnants, as if they were not meant to be discovered but had chosen to be found. He sat in the quiet of that forgotten room for a long time, listening to the soft hum of the citadel beyond the door. It felt like being inside the chest of a sleeping giant, heart beating faintly somewhere deep within. Later, when he returned to the others, he thought about sharing what he had found. But when he sat among them, listening to their stories, he chose to keep it within himself. Not out of selfishness, but because it felt like a secret meant to linger quietly, like a candle burning unseen. Sometimes, not every discovery needed to be spoken. Sometimes, holding it was enough. The circle of Mortys grew quieter that day. Their voices no longer rushed to fill the silence, but wove gently through it, like threads stitching a blanket. One, Morty spoke about a Rick who would whistle absent-mindedly when he worked, a tune that had no melody, just fragments of sound drifting into the air. Another told of a Rick who once, for no reason, had made sandwiches at midnight, insisting it was the most important experiment of the week. Laughter rippled softly around the group, not sharp, but warm, like a sigh shared together. Morty didn't speak this time. He simply listened, letting the stories wash over him. He thought about the book of drawings, about the line he had read. He thought about the stars outside and how even in silence they still burned. That evening, he found himself back by the great machinery with the other boy. They had made it a ritual now, though neither of them said it aloud. They stood by the railing, watching the gears shift, the endless rotation. "I think," the boy said softly, "that maybe the citadel is dreaming too. Like us. Like it fell asleep when the Ricks disappeared." Morty looked at him, then back at the machinery. "Maybe. And maybe it's waiting for us to dream with it." They stood together for a long time, watching the steady motion. Morty felt the thought settle inside him, strange and soothing. A place could dream. Why not? If people carried memories, maybe walls did too. Maybe every hallway, every flicker of light, every hum of machinery carried a fragment of something left behind. When Morty lay down to sleep that night, the dream came easily. He was back in the room of books, but this time the shelves stretched endlessly, higher than he could reach. The pages of the books whispered as though breathing. He climbed a ladder and pulled one down at random. Inside were words he hadn't seen before. To disappear is not to be gone. It is to become part of everything. He closed the book gently, feeling the phrase echo through him. He woke with the words still lingering in his chest. For the first time in days, he felt no ache when he rose. He moved among the sleeping Mortys quietly, touching the wall again. Before stepping into the hall, the citadel hummed around him, steady and alive. The janitor robot was still singing its broken lullaby, and Morty smiled at it, whispering, "You're doing good." The robot spun once in place, as though acknowledging him before resuming its path. Morty walked on, the quiet wrapping around him like a shawl, no longer heavy, but tender. He thought again of the stars, of the Ricks, of the unfinished sandwiches and whistled songs. He thought of how absence could still hold presence, how silence could still be full. And as the day stretched before him, he let the thought remain, unpolished, unfinished, like a stone carried gently in the palm. The citadel was still dreaming, and he too was learning how to dream with it. Morning inside the citadel never really arrived in the way it did on other worlds. The lights brightened gradually, the machines stirred, and the faint mechanical hum deepened as though the building itself had taken a long, careful breath. Morty woke with that sound inside his ears, steady and patient. He rubbed his eyes and sat for a moment in stillness, letting the rhythm settle him. The other Mortys stirred more slowly. Some had learned to cling to their dreams, reluctant to let go of them. One boy muttered soft fragments of words, as though continuing a conversation only he could hear. Another turned his face against the pillow, clinging to warmth. They were all learning that waking did not have to be abrupt here. It could be gradual, a drift, rather than a break. Morty found himself carrying a strange calm as he wandered again. It wasn't the nervous searching of earlier days. It was quieter, steadier, as though he trusted that wherever he turned, something worth noticing would wait. He walked past the place where the janitor robot hummed its broken tune, and though the sound was the same as always, it felt softer, like a thread woven into the day. He reached a wide chamber he had never seen before, where the ceiling opened. High above him, and the light shifted in pale gold hues. Dust drifted in the beams like falling stars. In the center of the room stood an old table, its surface covered with scattered pieces of metal, coils of wire, and unfinished devices. He approached carefully, touching nothing. There was an intimacy in the way the tools had been left, as though the one who used them might return any moment. Among the objects lay a small, folded cloth. Morty picked it up, unwrapping it gently. Inside was a lens of some kind, not attached to any machine. When he held it to his eye, the room changed. The walls seemed to breathe faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. The light shimmered with colors he couldn't name, bending and curling at the edges. He lowered the lens, and the room returned to stillness. He raised it again, and the heartbeat returned. He stood with it pressed to his eye for a long while, not out of curiosity alone, but because it stirred something tender. It felt like the world behind the world had been revealed, not frightening, but deeply alive. He put the lens back in its cloth and set it where he had found it. Some things were not meant to be taken, only acknowledged. Later, when the Mortys gathered, he noticed how their stories carried more pauses now. They weren't rushing to fill the air. Instead, they allowed silences to stretch, comfortable, like resting under the same blanket. One spoke of his Rick's terrible handwriting, how even simple grocery lists had looked like secret codes. Another described how his Rick had once fallen asleep in a chair with a sandwich half eaten in his hand, and how, when he woke, he had laughed at himself without shame. The stories were no longer only about the strangeness of Rick's, but about small human gestures that lingered in memory. A smile, a clumsy mistake, a moment of softness. Morty listened closely, letting the warmth of those fragments fold into him. When his turn came, he hesitated. The group looked at him with patient expectation. He could have told them about the lens, but instead he spoke of a single night back home, long ago, when his Rick had simply sat beside him in silence. They hadn't spoken, they had just looked at the sky, stars scattered across the darkness. Morty remembered how the silence had not been heavy, but protective, a rare kind of closeness. The other Mortys nodded quietly. They understood. Sometimes the truest memories were the simplest ones. That evening, the boy who often stood with him by the machinery joined him again. They leaned on the railing together, the gears turning beneath them in endless motion. "You ever think," the boy said, his voice hushed, "that maybe all the Ricks wanted wasn't more inventions or more discoveries, but just a place where they could rest without being bothered?" Morty thought about the table he had seen, the tools left scattered, the lens folded carefully in cloth. "Yeah," he answered softly. Maybe they were looking for somewhere to put things down, to stop running, even for a little while. They stood in silence, listening to the endless hum of the citadel. The boy's words lingered, folding into Morty's thoughts like a gentle tide. That night, Morty dreamed of the lens again. In the dream, he lifted it not to a room, but to the sky. Through it, the stars were not cold or distant. They pulsed with warmth, each one beating gently like a heart. He reached out, and though he knew he could not touch them, he felt their nearness like a breath against his palm. When he woke, the dream clung to him like a soft mist. He rose quietly, not wanting to disturb the others, and made his way back to the chamber with the table. The lens was still there, waiting in its folded cloth. He didn't take it this time. He only touched the cloth lightly, as if to say, "Thank you." On his way back, he passed a wall where the lights flickered. For a moment, in the half-dark, he imagined he saw the shadow of a figure standing at the corner, tall, bent slightly, hands folded behind his back. A Rick's silhouette. Morty blinked, and it was gone. He didn't feel fear, only a strange warmth, as though the citadel itself had leaned closer for a moment to remind him he wasn't entirely alone. The rest of the day passed in quiet rhythms. The Mortys moved slower, not because of weariness, but because they seemed to trust that there was no need to hurry. The citadel was no longer just a place of loss. It was becoming a place of holding, a vessel for all the memories, all the breaths, all the unfinished gestures of those who had vanished. That night, as Morty lay down, he whispered softly into the dark, not knowing to whom the words were addressed. "It's okay. You can rest now." He closed his eyes, the hum of the citadel steady around him, and let the dream carry him gently away. Morty woke with the feeling that someone had been whispering to him just before he opened his eyes. The words had already slipped away, as if they belonged to another language too delicate for daylight. He lay still, breathing slowly, trying to hold on to the echo. There was no voice now, only the steady hum of the citadel, carrying its rhythm like a cradle. He rose quietly, careful not to wake the others. The long corridor stretched out before him, familiar yet still full of hidden corners. The lights above flickered in their own time, not broken, but thoughtful, like they wanted to remind anyone walking below that not everything needed to be constant. Morty walked with soft steps, listening to the sound of his own feet, the sound of his own breathing. He found himself in a place he hadn't seen before, though it must have always been there. The room was wide and circular, and in the center stood a low fountain. The water spilled slowly over dark stone, not loud enough to echo, but enough to create a rhythm against the hum of the citadel. Morty sat on the edge, trailing his fingers along the damp stone, and felt a calmness he hadn't known he needed. Other Mortys came to the fountain too, drawn one by one, as though the water had been calling softly to them all. None of them spoke at first. They just sat, watching the way the water curved, falling into itself, never ceasing. One boy closed his eyes and leaned close, listening. Another dipped his hand into the basin and smiled faintly, as though the coolness touched a memory. When the silence finally broke, it was with a single question. "Do you think the Ricks knew about this place?" one of them asked. The others looked around, then back at the water. "Maybe they built it for themselves," another said. And then, "Forgot, or maybe they never needed it. Morty listened to them, but his own thought felt different. Or maybe they needed it so much that they left it here, so even if they were gone, it would still be waiting. The group fell into another long hush, letting his words sink the way water does into stone. Later, Morty walked alone again, his steps carrying him toward the higher levels. The air felt different there, lighter, as though fewer machines pressed against the walls. He passed long windows that overlooked distant stars, hanging in the dark like lanterns. Some flickered faintly, as though unsure if they should stay. Morty leaned his forehead against the glass, watching them, and thought of the dream he had carried the night before, the stars pulsing like hearts. He whispered to them now, not expecting an answer. "I don't know where you are. I don't know if you're listening, but I think maybe you're not as far as you look." His breath fogged the glass. For a moment, he thought one of the stars flared a little brighter. He smiled and turned away, carrying the warmth of it with him. In the evenings, the Mortys began to share more than stories. They began to share small silences, comfortable and unhurried. They leaned against walls together, sat shoulder to shoulder, sometimes even laughed at tiny absurdities, the squeak of a door, the way one robot always missed the same corner when it cleaned. These moments stitched them closer, not into one fabric, but into a patchwork strong enough to hold. One boy, smaller than the rest, had a voice so quiet they often had to lean in to hear him. That night, he spoke about how his Rick had once given him a sandwich late at night when he couldn't sleep. The sandwich had been messy, uneven with too much mustard, but it had felt like a gift meant only for him. He had eaten it slowly, not because he was hungry, but because he wanted the moment to last. Morty felt his chest ache in a gentle way. He thought of how little things, unremarkable to the world, became treasures when remembered. A sandwich, a silence, a laugh. These were the anchors, more real than inventions, more lasting than machines. As the days passed, Morty noticed how the citadel seemed to respond. The lights flickered less harshly, the hum settled into smoother rhythms, the air felt warmer. It was as though the building itself grew softer in the presence of their tenderness. He began to wonder if the citadel had always been alive in its own quiet way, waiting for someone to notice. One night, Morty dreamed of walking the halls, not as himself, but as something weightless, like a shadow of light. He drifted past the fountain, past the table with its folded lens, past the rooms filled with resting Mortys. Everywhere he went, the walls leaned in, listening. He realized with dream clarity that the citadel wasn't only holding them, it was remembering them. Every footstep, every whisper, every pause was woven into its being. When he woke, he carried that knowledge as though it were not just a dream, but a gift. He didn't need to explain it. He only needed to live inside it. The day unfolded gently. Morty found himself sitting with the boy who had told the sandwich story. They didn't talk much. They didn't need to. They watched the way the artificial lights bent along the floor, forming small, shifting patterns. Sometimes companionship was not in the words, but in the breathing side by side. As night arrived again, Morty felt a quiet shift inside him. He realized he no longer moved through the citadel as a guest. He moved through it as though he belonged, not because it was his, but because he and the others were part of its slow, breathing memory. He thought of the fountain, the lens, the stars beyond the glass, and he understood. This place was less about walls and machines, and more about the space it offered for hearts to rest. Before sleep, Morty whispered again, not to anyone in particular, but to the air around him. "We'll keep holding it, all of it, until it's time to let go." His eyes closed gently, his breath steady, the hum beneath him softer than ever, carrying him into dream. There was a morning when Morty woke to the sound of nothing. No hum from the walls, no distant clicks of machines, no footsteps in the corridor. The absence startled him at first, like a sudden pause in a song he had grown used to. But as he sat up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes, he realized the silence was not empty. It was full in its own way, like the air was listening. He stepped carefully into the corridor, half expecting the citadel to lurch awake, to return to its endless rhythm. But the stillness remained, stretching across the halls. Other Mortys emerged, two blinking, rubbing their faces, all wearing the same quiet wonder. It was as though the citadel had chosen to rest just this once, offering them a rare stillness they had not asked for, but deeply needed. They wandered together without speaking, their footsteps soft against the floor. Morty led them toward the fountain room, and when they arrived, they found the water flowing more slowly than before, almost as if the fountain itself was drowsy. The gentle trickle filled the silence, a heartbeat for the moment. Morty leaned close to the water and whispered, "Are you resting too?" The words floated across the surface and disappeared into the ripples. He wasn't sure if he expected an answer. It felt enough just to ask. The others sat around the fountain, their shoulders brushing lightly. No one filled the quiet with chatter. They let it wrap around them, a blanket too precious to disturb. For once, their world did not hum, did not demand. For once, they could simply breathe. Hours might have passed, or maybe only minutes. Time lost its edges that day. Morty found himself remembering his own childhood room, the way shadows used to creep across the walls as he lay awake, too restless to sleep, but too weary to speak. He remembered wishing for silence back then, not realizing how rare and tender it would be when it finally arrived. One of the Mortys broke the stillness gently. "Do you think this is what the Ricks felt when they disappeared? Like they just slipped into silence?" The question lingered in the air, not heavy, but soft, like a feather drifting. Morty thought carefully before he answered. "Maybe, but I think if they did, it wasn't empty silence. It was like this, quiet, but full of something. Like the citadel is holding us right now." The boy nodded, his eyes lowered to the ripples in the fountain. No more words followed, because none were needed. Later, Morty wandered alone again. The silence stayed, making every step feel like it carried weight. He found himself in a corridor he hadn't noticed before, narrower than the others, its walls lined with faded drawings. Childlike sketches, crude but full of feeling. Stars, doors, faces with smiling eyes. Morty paused at each one, studying the uneven lines. He didn't know who had drawn them or when, but he felt their presence all the same. One sketch showed a door standing in the middle of nothing. Above it, a single phrase was written in a shaky hand. "The door is always there." Morty traced the words with his finger, and for a moment he felt a small shiver, not of fear, but of recognition. He didn't know what it meant, not fully, but he believed it anyway. When he returned to the others, they were gathered in the common room, resting, in loose circles. Some were half asleep, heads resting against shoulders. Others stared off quietly, lost in their own memories. Morty sat down among them and leaned back against the wall. The silence had become so natural now, he almost forgot there had ever been noise. In that soft stillness, his thoughts turned to Rick again. Not one particular Rick, but the presence of them all. He wondered if somewhere, hidden beyond the edges of stars, they were listening to this silence too. Maybe they were watching to see how the Mortys would grow in their absence. Maybe the silence was a gift from them, or maybe it was something the Mortys had created on their own without even knowing. He closed his eyes, letting the thought drift into a dreamlike haze. Images came to him, Rick's hands, always moving, always building, the sound of a laugh half buried in a cough, the way a sandwich, messy and mustard-heavy, could feel like an act of love. He let the fragments drift, not trying to hold them, just letting them fall where they may, like leaves on water. When night came again, the citadel still had not resumed its hum. The Mortys gathered in their rooms, some lying close, others sprawled alone, but all under the same blanket of stillness. Morty whispered to himself as he curled into sleep. If this is what the Ricks left us, then maybe it's enough. His eyes grew heavy, and the last thing he felt before slipping into dreams was the gentle weight of silence pressing against him like an embrace. The dream was slow and wandering. He found himself walking through endless doors, each one opening into a room filled with soft light. Sometimes the rooms held nothing but a chair. Sometimes they held shelves of books with unreadable titles. Sometimes they were empty, but carried the smell of rain. Through every door Morty walked, never rushing, never needing to decide where to go. It was the act of opening that mattered, the act of stepping forward. At last he reached a door unlike the others, plain, wooden, with a small crack of light seeping out from underneath. He touched the handle, and in that instant he felt the memory of the words he had read on the wall. The door is always there. He pushed it open and stepped into the light, which was neither blinding nor dim, but perfect. Perfect. That night, as they prepared to sleep, Morty Place. When he woke, the hum of the citadel had returned, soft and steady, like a song easing back into play. The silence had ended, but it had left something behind inside them all. The Mortys stirred, awake, yawning, stretching, glancing at one another with eyes that seemed gentler than before. No one spoke of the silence directly, but each carried the memory of it, tucked inside like a secret gift. Morty rose and placed his hand against the nearest wall. The citadel vibrated faintly beneath his palm, alive once more. He smiled faintly.
"Thank you," he whispered, unsure if he spoke to the citadel, the silence, the Ricks, or perhaps all of them at once. The others began their quiet routines, walking the halls, visiting the fountain, sitting together in the common room. Nothing
Outwardly had changed, but inside everything had. They knew now that silence was not an absence, but a presence. It was something that held them, reminded them, softened them. And as Morty sat with the others that day, he felt a deeper certainty bloom inside him, slow and tender. Whatever came next, they were ready to carry it together. There are moments when the smallest shift in light feels like a turning point, when dawn itself seems to whisper a secret to those awake enough to notice. Morty found himself awake before the others, long before the usual stir of footsteps or the fountains. Steady rhythm began to mark the day. He sat by the window of his small room, gazing at the faint wash of light spreading across the horizon, unsure whether it was morning in the usual sense or just some cosmic trick the citadel played to mark time. For the first time in many nights, he didn't feel restless. The silence they had lived through lingered like an aftertaste, soft and nourishing, still clinging to his bones. It made him breathe slower, think slower, as though the world itself was telling him there was no rush. He stretched his legs beneath the thin blanket and whispered into the air, "Good morning, whoever's listening." The words were not meant for anyone in particular, but he knew they wouldn't go unheard. Somewhere, in the weave of walls and memories, echoes always found their way home. The citadel woke gently that day, not with its usual mechanical hum, but with the faint scuff of bare feet and the murmur of young voices speaking cautiously, like they too felt the need to respect what had been given. Morty joined them by the fountain, carrying the calm of his dawn still with him. They gathered around him almost without deciding to, leaning close, listening more to his silence than to any words he might offer. One of the younger Mortys, his hair falling into his eyes, asked, in a voice still thick with sleep, "Do you think the Ricks ever saw mornings like this one? Where nothing feels broken, or loud, or sharp?" Morty tilted his head. "I think they did. They just didn't always
know how to stay inside those moments. Maybe that's what they left for us, to figure out how to stay."
The boy nodded, chewing on the words like a piece of bread he wasn't sure how to swallow yet. Another Morty hummed quietly, a tune that didn't seem to belong to any song, just a thread of sound weaving through the air. It was enough to anchor them all in the moment, enough to remind them that even without Ricks, without grand inventions or battles, there could still be music. As the day stretched, Morty wandered the citadel again. He passed the drawings on the walls, the corridors where whispers of the vanished Ricks still seemed to linger. His steps took him to a room he hadn't visited before, one that looked less like a laboratory or a training hall, and more like a library, though most of the shelves were empty. A few books remained, their spines cracked, their titles half faded. He pulled one from the shelf at random. The cover was worn smooth, its corners bent. Inside, the words were crooked, written by hand rather than machine. It wasn't a story, in the traditional sense, more like a collection of notes, musings, sketches of thoughts that drifted between observation and dream. One passage caught his eye. If you sit quietly enough, you can hear the stars humming. They're not far away. They're right here, inside us. Morty closed the book slowly, pressing it against his chest as though it might share its hum with him. He wondered who had written those words, whether it had been a Rick or a Morty, or perhaps someone else entirely. Whoever it was, they had known something that Morty wanted to believe. Later that evening, he carried the book back to the fountain, reading passages aloud to the others. They listened with tilted heads, their faces bathed in the dim golden light of the lamps. The words didn't always make sense, but they didn't need to. They flowed through the group like lullabies, giving shape to feelings they didn't know how to name. One line in particular made them fall into a long silence. Every kindness is a seed, even if it never grows where you expect. Morty repeated it softly, once for himself, once for the others. Then let the silence carry it forward. He could feel something planting itself in the air around them, invisible but certain. When night fell, Morty couldn't sleep. He lay awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying the words in his head. A restlessness built inside him, not the frantic kind he used to feel, but a pull, as though the citadel itself wanted him to see something more. He rose quietly, not disturbing the others, and slipped into the hall. The corridors felt alive that night, their lights glowing faintly like watchful eyes. Morty walked until his feet led him to a narrow stairwell he hadn't noticed before. He climbed without hesitation, each step creaking as though remembering the weight of others long gone. At the top, he found a door that opened onto the roof of the citadel. The sight stole his breath. Above him stretched a sky so vast it felt endless, stars scattered in great sweeps and spirals, their light pulsing gently like heartbeats. He had seen stars before, but never like this. These stars seemed close enough to touch, their hum, if there truly was one, buzzing faintly at the edges of his ears. He stood there a long time, just breathing. And then he whispered, almost as though speaking to the stars themselves, "Are you watching us? Did you send the silence? Did you leave the book?" No answer came, but Morty didn't mind. The stars had a way of answering without words. There,
light, steady, and ancient, was answer enough. He sat down on the roof, folding his knees against his chest.
memories of Rick drifted back, his sharp laugh, his impossible ideas, the way he could fill a room with energy or emptiness depending on the day. Morty felt the ache of absence, but also something softer, something that felt almost like gratitude. "You didn't take everything," he murmured. "You left us with this. You left us with each other." The wind brushed against his hair, cool and kind. For a moment he could almost believe it was a hand resting there, steadying him. When he finally returned inside, the others were still asleep, their breathing steady in the dark. Morty slipped back under his blanket, the hum of the stars still thrumming inside him. He closed his eyes, and just before drifting off, he thought of the line from the book again. "Every kindness is a seed." He wondered what seeds they were planting, now in the quiet soil of absence, and what strange flowers might bloom when the time was right. Sleep came gently, carrying him into dreams where the stars bent low to whisper lullabies, and though he could not remember the words when he woke, the feeling stayed. The feeling of being cared for by something vast and unseen. When morning arrived, it did so with a tenderness that Morty hadn't felt in a long time. The air within The citadel seemed to glow, carrying the scent of metal warmed by distant suns and the faint sweetness of water flowing endlessly in the fountain. He sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes, realizing that he had been dreaming of laughter, soft and unmeasured, the kind that echoes more in the heart than in the ears. It had been a child's laughter, though he couldn't place whose. Perhaps it had been his own, carried back to him through time like a forgotten letter that finally found its way home. The other Mortys stirred in their own ways, some stretching with groggy yawns, others sitting silently as though still half wrapped in the comfort of their dreams. Morty watched them for a while before speaking, his voice low, as if the morning could shatter if it was addressed too sharply. "Do you ever wonder," he asked, "what all our dreams mean? If they're ours alone, or if they belong to the citadel itself?" The younger Morty, who often hummed, shook his head slowly. "Maybe dreams are just pieces of us we don't know how to look at when we're awake. Maybe they're the parts that get shy." Morty smiled at the thought. Shy dreams. Yeah, I like that. They shared breakfast in the quiet glow, sitting cross-legged on the floor near the fountain. Someone passed around a loaf of bread that had been stored carefully the night before, its crust rough, but its center soft. They ate without hurry, each bite a reminder that even the simplest acts, chewing, sharing, breaking, could be sacred if held gently. Afterward, Morty found himself wandering the halls again. His feet led him toward the library where he had discovered the handwritten book the day before. This time, however, he noticed something different. On the far side of the room, where the shelves bowed beneath the weight of neglect, a second book had appeared. Its cover was darker, almost bruised, the spine bent nearly in two. Morty picked it up, brushing away a thin layer of dust, and felt the faintest tremor move through his fingertips. The pages were filled not with words, but with drawings. Simple lines, almost childlike, yet they carried weight. Sketches of doorways, staircases that led into clouds, eyes drawn with such careful repetition they seemed to multiply with each page turned. And in the center of the book, pressed flat between the paper, lay a small dried flower, its petals faded but still intact. Morty touched it gently, as if afraid it might crumble at his touch. He carried the book back to the fountain, that evening, laying it out for the others to see. "Look," he said softly. "Somebody left this for us. Or maybe it just found its way here." They gathered close, their heads bent over the fragile pages, their breathing slowing as though reverence itself was contagious. One Morty traced a finger over the sketch of the staircase leading into clouds. "Do you think it's real?" he whispered. Morty didn't answer right away. He felt the weight of the question sink into him. "Maybe real isn't the point," he finally said. "Maybe it's just meant to remind us that there are always places we haven't walked yet, steps we haven't taken." The book carefully beside the fountain, almost like an offering. He lay down with the others, the dried flower still vivid. In his mind, its fragile permanence both comforting and strange. When he closed his eyes, he dreamed of walking up that staircase into clouds, each step dissolving softly beneath his feet, leaving no path behind him but a trail of quiet breaths. The next morning, the air in the citadel carried a different rhythm. It wasn't heavy, but it wasn't the same lightness they had grown accustomed to either. Morty noticed it in the way the fountain's water seemed to flow more slowly, or how the lamps along the hall flickered faintly as though remembering something. He didn't feel alarm, just curiosity, a gentle pull to pay attention. He returned to the library with two of the younger Mortys, carrying the hope that another book might have appeared. To his surprise, the shelves were exactly as they had been, except for one small detail. The dried flower was gone. The pages of the sketchbook
now lay flat, empty where the fragile bloom had once rested. One of the Mortys frowned.
Maybe it just fell out. But Morty shook his head. No, I think it went where it needed to go. They left the library quietly, carrying with them a sense of mystery too delicate to disturb. It wasn't fear that walked with them, but a kind of reverence, as though they had stumbled upon a truth not meant to be solved, only held. That evening, they lit a small circle of candles near the fountain. The flames trembled gently, casting soft shadows across their faces. Morty opened the sketchbook again, showing the drawings as though telling a story without words. Each page felt like an invitation, not to act, but simply to imagine, to sit with possibility. One Morty said softly, "I think whoever drew this wanted us to remember how to dream while awake." Morty nodded, his heart heavy but calm. "Yeah, I think so too." The candles burned low, one by one flickering out, until the fountain's glow was the only light left. They lingered in that quiet, letting the stillness wrap around them. Morty felt something in him loosening, like a knot untied by invisible hands. Later, lying in the dark, he thought again of the missing flower. He pictured it not as lost but as planted, its seed falling into some unseen soil where it could root and
rise. The thought soothed him like a blanket pulled gently to his chin.
He whispered into the quiet, "Grow where you are, little flower," and drifted into sleep. In his dreams, he stood again at the foot of the staircase drawn in the book. This time, when he began to climb, he didn't feel alone. He could hear the quiet footfalls of others behind him, a soft chorus of breaths that gave him courage. The higher he went, the more the air shimmered, not heavy, not cold, just endless. And when he looked down, he saw no floor, no citadel, only stars glowing like lanterns scattered in the dark. He kept climbing until the clouds wrapped around him, cool and fragrant, smelling faintly of the flower pressed into the book. The sound of laughter drifted there too, gentle and close, and though he couldn't see the faces it belonged to, he knew they were smiling. The staircase never ended, and perhaps it never needed to. The dream faded slowly, not with a sudden drop, but with the ease of a song humming itself to silence. When Morty woke, he carried the dream in his chest like a lantern, its glow invisible but steady. He didn't tell the others everything. Some dreams were meant to stay soft, half-whispered, but he let his calm spill into his voice, into the way he moved, into the way he sat with them, and they felt it, even without words. The day unfolded gently, like a page turning in slow motion, carrying them forward without urgency. The sketchbook remained by the fountain, its empty place where the flower had once been, reminding them of mysteries not meant to be solved. And somehow that absence became a presence of its own, a quiet companion. The following morning arrived with a muted kind of light, as if the citadel had draped itself in a veil of soft clouds. Morty awoke slowly, his body reluctant to move from the warmth of sleep, but his mind already stirring with the remnants of dreams. They had been different this time. No staircase, no laughter echoing faintly in the distance. Instead, he had seen a hallway filled with doors, each one slightly open, glowing from within, and yet he never stepped through a single one. He simply stood there, watching the lights spill out, as though the waiting itself was the purpose. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, glancing at the others. Most were still asleep, their faces calm, their breaths steady.
A few had risen early, sitting near the fountain with quiet expressions, gazes fixed on the rippling water as though it might tell them something they were not yet ready to hear. Morty stretched and stood, padding over to them. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked gently. One of the younger Mortys shook his head. "Dreams kept waking me up. Not bad ones, just loud. Like they wanted me to listen harder." Morty nodded. "Yeah, I get that. Sometimes dreams don't shout with words."
But with silence that feels too heavy to ignore. They sat together for a while, not talking much, just letting the fountain's rhythm set the pace for their breathing. Morty could feel how the stillness had become their teacher. Every day, every night they were learning how to wait, how to find meaning in the spaces between questions and answers. It was a kind of education no Rick had ever given them, yet it felt more important than anything else. Later that day, Morty returned to the library with a quiet pull in his chest, as though the place itself was calling him back. The sketchbook still lay by the fountain, but he felt there was something more hidden among the shelves. He wandered slowly, trailing his fingers along the spines of the dusty books, inhaling the faint scent of paper that had waited too long to be touched. In the farthest corner, tucked beneath a pile of broken glass and forgotten tools, he found a small box. It was made of wood, worn and splintered, with strange markings carved into its surface. They weren't words, at least not words Morty recognized, but patterns, almost like the ones children draw absent-mindedly in the dirt. He lifted it carefully, brushing off the dust, and carried it back to the fountain. The others gathered as he placed the box down before them. Its lid was loose, and with a gentle push, it creaked open. Inside there were 3 objects: a folded piece of cloth, a tiny glass vial filled with what looked like silver dust, and a shard of mirror no bigger than Morty's palm. They stared at the objects with wide eyes, each one carrying a weight that felt disproportionate to its size. Morty picked up the cloth first, unfolding it slowly. It was worn thin, soft from years of use, and embroidered with a single small star in one corner. He held it up, the fabric trembling in the air. "A handkerchief," he murmured, though it felt like more than that. One of the Mortys touched the embroidery with reverence. Maybe it belonged to someone who cried a lot, or someone who wanted to remember the sky. Morty set it aside gently, then lifted the vial. The silver dust shimmered even in the dim light, catching every flicker of the fountain's glow. Turned it over in his hand, watching it drift inside like tiny galaxies swirling in a bottle. "What do you think this is?" he asked. The Morty, who often hummed, leaned closer. "Maybe it's the stuff dreams are made of. Or maybe it's the ashes of something that once burned bright." Morty nodded thoughtfully, placing it back into the box. Finally, he picked up the shard of mirror. Its surface was cracked, distorting his reflection into pieces. He tilted it this way and that, seeing not just his own face, but fragments of the others, their eyes and mouths merging in strange patterns. "It shows us broken," he whispered. Another Morty shook his head. "No, it shows us in pieces, but pieces can be put together. Maybe it's reminding us we're not whole yet. But we could be." They sat in silence for a long time, each one lost in thought, the objects lying between them like secrets they weren't sure how to translate. Morty felt the weight of them pressing gently on his heart, not in a way that hurt, but in a way that reminded him he was alive that he was part of something larger than himself. That night, they placed the objects beside the sketchbook, arranging them carefully as though creating a small altar. The handkerchief folded neatly, the vial upright, the mirror shard catching the candlelight in fractured gleams. They didn't speak much, but each one seemed to understand that these items were not random. They had arrived here with purpose, even if that purpose was not yet clear. As they drifted into sleep, Morty lay on his back, staring at the faint outline of the ceiling. His thoughts circled around the objects, the star embroidered on the cloth, the swirling silver dust, the mirror's broken reflection. They felt like pieces of a story half told, waiting for someone to listen closely enough to finish it. His dreams that night were vivid. He found himself standing in a vast field under a night sky filled with stars. The embroidered cloth lay at his feet, spread out like a blanket, and he sat on it, feeling the cool grass beneath him. In his hand, the vial glowed brighter than the stars overhead, the silver dust escaping slowly into the air, rising like fireflies into the sky. And in front of him, suspended in the dark, the shard of mirror floated, reflecting not his face, but endless doorways, each one opening onto light. He felt no fear, only a calmness so deep it seemed to settle into his bones. When he reached out to touch the mirror, his hand passed through, and the dream dissolved like smoke carried on a breeze. When Morty woke, he carried the dream with him, silent and steady like a secret flame. He didn't tell the others everything, but he didn't need to. They felt the same pull, the same sense that something was guiding them, something quiet and unseen. The day passed with a softness that wrapped around them, their voices low, their movements unhurried. They stayed near the fountain, near the altar they had built, as though guarding it without realizing they were. And though nothing extraordinary happened, Morty felt the shift, small but undeniable, like the faint turning of a wheel that would, in time, carry them somewhere new. That night, before sleep claimed him, Morty whispered into the dark, "Thank
you, whoever left these. We'll take care of them. We'll remember." And the silence that answered him felt less like emptiness and more like a hand resting gently on his shoulder, steady and kind. The day after the dream carried with it a
different kind of quiet, a quiet that felt like anticipation instead of emptiness. Morty woke before the others, the pale light of the citadel filtering through cracks in the walls. He lay still for a while, listening to the soft breaths of those around him, the faint dripping of water somewhere in the distance, the hum of a world that seemed both abandoned and alive. There was a sense that something was waiting, though he couldn't say what. He rose quietly and walked to the fountain. The altar of objects remained just as they had left it. The folded cloth, the vial of silver dust, the shard of mirror, and the sketchbook resting nearby. For a long moment he simply sat and looked at them. They seemed both fragile and powerful, like whispers of a story carried across endless miles. He touched the cloth gently, tracing the embroidered star with his fingertip, and felt again the echo of his dream. The others stirred one by one, coming to join him in the soft light. No one spoke at first, as if they all felt the weight of the morning. Finally, one of the younger Mortys broke the silence. "Do you think the Ricks left these things for us, like a message?" Morty considered the question. Maybe, or maybe they left them behind without thinking. But even if they didn't mean to, they mean something to us now. That makes them important. They nodded, and another added, Maybe things don't need a purpose to be meaningful. Maybe it's us who...
Give them one.
Morty smiled faintly at that, a small warmth blooming in his chest. The thought felt true. Objects could be forgotten, abandoned, lost, but once touched, once noticed, they became part of a story, and stories had a way of shaping those who carried them. Later that day, Morty wandered away from the fountain with a small group. They moved slowly through the empty halls of the citadel, not searching for anything in particular, but allowing their steps to guide them. The corridors seemed endless, bending and looping in strange patterns, but the stillness gave the walk a dreamlike quality. Sometimes they passed open rooms filled with broken machinery or shelves lined with notebooks whose ink had faded beyond legibility. Sometimes they found small, almost tender details, a cracked mug still holding the faint scent of coffee, a blanket folded neatly on a chair, a scribbled equation on a wall left unfinished. One room drew them in. Its door was half open, the hinges rusted, and inside they found walls covered in drawings, not equations or diagrams, but actual sketches, faces, skies, plants, and strange creatures Morty didn't recognize. Some were crude, others carefully detailed, but all of them pulsed with a kind of yearning. They stood in silence, gazing at the images, feeling the presence of whoever had drawn them. Morty reached out and touched one, a simple sketch of a tree with stars caught in its branches. He imagined the hand that had made it, the pause between each line, the quiet concentration. "Whoever did this," he whispered. They weren't trying to invent anything. They were just noticing. One of the Mortys beside him added, "Maybe Ricks weren't always building or breaking things. Maybe some of them just wanted to see, to remember." They lingered in the room for a long while, then left quietly, as though not wanting to disturb the presence that still hung there. Morty carried the image of the starry tree with him, adding it silently to the story that seemed to be forming around them, piece by piece. When they returned to the fountain, the others listened to what they had seen. The quiet group discussions became more common, as if each small discovery added another layer to the shared understanding growing among them. No one demanded answers. No one pressed for explanations. They simply shared, and in sharing, the fragments began to weave together. That night, as Morty lay staring at the ceiling again, the dream came back. He was once more in the field under the stars, the cloth spread beneath him, the vial glowing softly, the mirror shard floating in front of him. But this time, something new appeared. The tree from the drawing, its branches heavy with starlight, rising in the distance. He walked toward it slowly, feeling the grass bend under his feet, the silver dust drifting upward with every step. When he reached the tree, he touched its bark, and the stars in its branches flickered like gentle laughter. He woke with tears on his cheeks, though he didn't feel sad. The dream had given him something, not an answer, not a revelation, but a tenderness so deep it was almost too much to hold. He kept it close to himself that morning, not speaking of it, but he noticed how the others seemed to move with the same quiet reverence, as though their own dreams had carried them to similar places. Days passed like this, each one soft, each one adding another small fragment. They began to treat the fountain as more than a place of water. It became their hearth, their gathering point, their anchor in the shifting silence of the citadel. Around it, they built not walls or structures, but habits of care, sharing food, telling fragments of memory, humming songs that had no words but carried a soothing rhythm. Morty noticed the change in himself most of all. He no longer felt restless, no longer carried the sharp edge of confusion that had followed him in the early days of the Rick's disappearance. Instead, he felt a growing patience, a willingness to let things unfold in their own time. His childhood habit of cloud-gazing returned in new form. He would sit by the fountain and simply watch the way the water rippled, finding whole worlds in its surface. Sometimes he wondered if this was what the Ricks had meant to leave behind, not their machines, not their inventions, but the possibility of listening. The absence had forced the Mortys to hear differently, to see differently, and though it hurt sometimes, it also healed. One evening, as the faint glow of artificial night settled over the citadel, Morty sat with the others and spoke softly. "I don't know if we'll ever find out why they left, but maybe that's not the point. Maybe the point is that we're still here, and we're learning how to be." The others nodded, their faces calm, their eyes reflecting the flicker of the candles near the altar. The silver dust in the vial caught the light, glowing softly, like it agreed. As they drifted into sleep that night, Morty felt again the presence that had grown familiar, a silence that wasn't empty, a silence that felt like a promise. And when he closed his eyes, the dream returned once more. The field, the stars, the tree, the mirror, and the quiet hum of something vast and kind, waiting patiently for them to notice. Morning unfolded gently, as though the citadel itself had learned to breathe slower with them. The faint glow of the artificial sky pressed through the cracks, painting the floor with lines of soft gold. Morty stirred awake to the sound of distant dripping, the steady rhythm of water echoing through the stone halls. It was a familiar sound now, comforting rather than strange, like the heartbeat of the abandoned place. He lay still for a while, listening. He had begun to savor these small, almost imperceptible things. The breath between footsteps, the hush before someone spoke, the way silence seemed to expand when you noticed it. When he finally rose, the others were already gathered by the fountain. The altar remained as it had, untouched, but somehow more alive each day, as if the objects themselves grew in meaning just by being witnessed. Morty joined the circle quietly, and no one needed to ask what came next. They had fallen into a rhythm, a kind of unspoken ritual. Sitting together, sharing fragments, carrying the weight of dreams that seemed to belong to all of them at once. A younger Morty spoke first, his voice hesitant but clear. He described a dream of walking down an endless hallway lined with doors. Behind some, he heard laughter. Behind others, only silence. But there was one door he could never bring himself to open. He didn't know why. He woke before he could decide. The group listened, each word sinking into them like water into soil. No one tried to interpret it. They simply let it rest in the air, trusting it would find its place. Another Morty shared a memory instead of a dream. He spoke of a day long ago when his Rick had fallen asleep at a workbench. The boy had covered him with a blanket, though Rick never stirred or thanked him. At the time, it had felt like nothing. But now, years later, he thought of that small act as something sacred, a moment when care had slipped through the cracks of their messy lives. His voice cracked near the end, and the silence that followed was warm, holding him gently. Morty himself remained quiet. He had dreamed again of the tree heavy with stars, but this time he had climbed it. The branches bent beneath his weight, yet held firm, and he had sat among the stars as though they were fruit. He had reached for one, and it had dissolved in his hand, filling his chest with a soft glow. He woke with the glow still there. He wanted to share it, but something inside him whispered to wait, to hold it closer a little longer, to let it shape him before he spoke it aloud. The day unfolded in its slow rhythm. Some wandered the corridors, searching without searching, eyes open for fragments. Others remained by the fountain, humming, sketching, or simply staring into the water, as if the ripples carried secrets. Morty chose to walk with two companions, the quiet girl with the unreadable eyes and the humming janitor robot whose joints clicked softly as it moved. Together, they drifted down a hall lined with broken lamps. Dust hung in the air like glitter, catching in the beams of faint light. They came upon a small chamber that seemed different from the others. Its walls curved inward, and in the center stood a chair unlike any they had seen before. It was not mechanical, not harsh. It looked almost like it had been carved from a single piece of wood, though wood had no place in the citadel. Morty ran, his hand along its surface, smooth and cool. It felt real, though impossible. The girl touched it too, her fingers lingering, her eyes softer than he had seen them before. The robot hummed a low, almost mournful note. Morty sat in the chair. The moment he did, he felt something shift inside him. Not a jolt, not a vision, just a deep calm that wrapped around him like a blanket. His breathing slowed, his heart eased. For a moment, he thought he heard voices, faint, indistinct, like echoes of conversations from long ago. He couldn't make out words, only tones, but they were filled with warmth. He closed his eyes and let it wash over him until the girl's hand on his shoulder brought him back. When he opened his eyes, she was looking at him with an expression that was almost a question. He shook his head gently, not because he didn't want to share, but because he couldn't yet put it into words. She nodded as if she understood anyway. They left the chair behind, but its presence clung to Morty like the memory of a song. That evening, they gathered again by the fountain. Morty finally spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "I think we're finding pieces of something. Not answers, not the kind Ricks would have built with machines, but pieces of how to be here together. Maybe that's what they left us, not a map. Just fragments, so we'd have to make the meaning ourselves." The others listened. Some nodded, some simply sat still, but Morty felt the weight of their attention. It wasn't the kind of weight that pressed down, but the kind that held, like
hands steadying a fragile thing. He felt braver in their silence than he ever had in any words. Night came, and once again the dreams carried him. He found himself back in the starry field, but this time the tree was not alone. All around it,
other trees had grown, each with branches heavy with their own kind of light, some silver, some golden, some faint and trembling like candle flames. He realized each tree belonged to someone, a dream, a memory, a fragment carried by one of them at the fountain. He saw the younger Morty's hallway carved into bark, the blanket draped across another branch, the sketches etched in shimmering patterns. It was not one tree anymore, but a forest of what they had shared. When he woke, the glow from his dream lingered in his chest, stronger now, steadier. He rose quietly and returned to the fountain, where the altar still waited. The objects seemed to shimmer faintly as though alive. He touched the shard of mirror, and for the first time it reflected not just his face, but a glimpse of the starry tree behind him, as though the dream and the waking world had bent toward each other. He whispered to no one in particular. "We're building something, even if we can't see it yet." The water rippled in answer, and Morty felt no urgency, no need to force meaning. He simply let the moment settle, knowing it would stay with him. Somewhere in the silence, he felt the absence of the Ricks again, but this time it didn't hurt. It felt like space, like an invitation. And he understood that maybe their leaving wasn't an end, but the beginning of something new. The Citadel's
air shifted as though it carried a change too delicate to name.
Morning did not arrive in a rush, but in a kind of hushed unfolding, the light seeping from the cracks above more tenderly than before. Morty awoke to that gentleness, blinking against the faint gold that lay across the floor like spilled memory. He listened first, as he always did, to the silence. It was not empty. It was full of breath, of presence, of all the things unsaid but felt. Somewhere in the distance, water dripped steadily, and each drop echoed like a reminder that time still moved, even here. The others were stirring slowly too. The girl sat cross-legged by the fountain, her gaze fixed on the water, but her thoughts drifting far beyond it. The younger Morty curled close to the altar, as though it were a hearth, whispering half-dreamed words under his breath. The janitor robot stood nearby, humming low, its eyes dim but steady. Morty rose and joined them, letting himself sink into the rhythm of their togetherness. A ritual had formed without anyone deciding it. Each morning they sat in a circle, trading dreams or fragments, not to explain them, but to let them live in shared space. That day, the girl spoke first, her voice softer than the water's song. She described walking through a garden where the flowers spoke in voices she recognized but could not place. Some called her by name, others only hummed in tones that made her chest ache. She had wanted to pick one, but the stems dissolved whenever she reached. She woke with her hand still outstretched. They listened, and when her voice faded, silence held the dream like careful hands. No one spoke to break it. They allowed the images to root themselves quietly. Another Morty followed. His dream was stranger, full of shifting walls and staircases leading nowhere, but at the center he had found a single candle burning steadily. He didn't know why, but the candle had felt like hope. He carried the image into waking, uncertain of its meaning, but unwilling to let it go. Morty kept his dream to himself. He had dreamed again of the forest of starry trees, but now he had walked deeper, far beyond the light of his own branches. There he had seen a hollow place where no tree grew, only a quiet emptiness that hummed like waiting. It had unsettled him, yet also drawn him closer. He felt it still, pressing against his chest as though it wanted to be spoken. But he stayed silent, letting the others' words fill the air instead. When their circle dissolved, Morty wandered, alone. His feet carried him down unfamiliar corridors, past walls covered in cracks that looked almost like veins. Dust floated lazily in the shafts of light, and he thought of stars again, suspended between falling and staying. He touched the walls as he passed, grounding himself in the roughness. He wasn't looking for anything, yet a pull guided him deeper. At last he reached a door that stood half open. Beyond it lay a narrow room filled with shelves, though most had collapsed into heaps. Objects were scattered across the floor, broken lenses, half-melted coils, papers faded to near blankness. Morty stepped carefully, bending to pick up what survived. A scrap of paper with a child's scrawl, a metal sphere that hummed faintly when touched, a small carved figure, its edges worn smooth by countless hands. None of it seemed like Rick's usual work. These were personal, intimate, almost fragile. He placed the figure in his pocket and sat in the dust. For a long while he only breathed, letting the weight of forgotten things surround him. He imagined Rick's once stepping here, their hands full of plans and noise, and then imagined them leaving, never turning back. The silence felt heavy but not cruel. It was the kind of silence that asked to be remembered. When he returned to the fountain, the others noticed the change in his expression but didn't press. He sat, pulled the carved figure from his pocket, and set it gently on the altar beside the shard of mirror. The girl tilted her head, eyes lingering on it, but said nothing. The younger Morty smiled faintly as though he recognized something in it. The robot's hum deepened, almost approving. Morty felt the air shift again as if another piece had found its place in the quiet mosaic. They were building. That night, they lingered together longer than usual. Stories slipped out between them, not just dreams, but memories. The girl spoke of her first glimpse of the stars, how she had thought they were holes in the sky where light escaped. The younger Morty recalled the taste of a meal long gone, a
flavor so simple yet so vivid it still lived on his tongue.
Even the robot, in its stilted voice, recited a sequence of tones it called a lullaby, one it had been programmed to clean by, but had learned instead to sing. Morty listened with his whole body. Each word, each tone, each pause was like a note in a larger melody. It felt like they were weaving something unseen, a net strong enough to hold them in this drifting place. When he finally lay down to rest, the forest of starry trees returned. But this time, the hollow place was not empty. At its center, a single sprout had begun to push through the soil, faint and trembling, but alive. Morty knelt beside it, pressing his palm close, and felt warmth rise into his chest. The sprout glowed faintly, and though small, it seemed enough to promise more. He woke with tears on his cheeks, though they did not feel like sorrow. Morning returned, carrying with it the same gentle patience, and Morty rose already holding the dream close. He didn't share it yet. Instead, he placed his hand on the altar, on the carved figure, and whispered to himself, "It's growing." The water rippled in reply, and though no one else heard, Morty carried the certainty quietly, like a seed. The absence of the Ricks was no longer a wound, it was a space. And in that space, something new was taking root. The day stretched itself across the citadel like a sigh, neither hurried nor still, but suspended somewhere in between. Morty walked slowly through the great hallways, his steps soft enough that the dust beneath them barely stirred. The carved figure remained on the altar, catching the pale light in its worn edges, and though no one touched it, they all felt its quiet presence. It was strange how something so small could hold the air together, as though memory itself needed only the gentlest anchor. The girl wandered beside him, her pace measured, her gaze not fixed on anything, but open to everything. They spoke very little, but words were not always required. Morty found that silence with her had begun to feel like companionship, like walking through a dream with someone who didn't need to explain it. Occasionally she would hum, not a tune exactly, more a drifting sound that curved and lingered, like mist trying to remember the shape of rain. He listened, grateful for the sound, grateful that she let him share the space it created. They reached a corridor neither of them remembered exploring before. The walls curved subtly, like the inside of a great spiral, and faint markings were etched along the stone. Morty traced them with his fingers, finding patterns that resembled waves, or perhaps trees, or perhaps nothing at all. The girl touched one of the markings too, closing her eyes as though to feel beyond the surface. "It's like they were trying to write without words," she murmured. Morty nodded, unsure if it was meant for him or just for the air. At the end of the corridor lay a door half buried in shadow. It resisted their push at first, then yielded with a soft groan, as if waking reluctantly. Inside was not another room of broken tools or scattered remnants, but a long, narrow chamber with tall windows letting in a softened kind of light. Along the walls hung fabrics, their colours faded to near whispers, but still carrying echoes of brightness. Morty stepped closer and realized they were banners, though no symbol remained clear enough to name. The girl walked among them, fingertips grazing the threads. "They were trying to tell stories," she said. "But the colours
have forgotten." Morty stared at the faded cloths and felt a pang of longing, as if the threads once carried a memory he almost recalled.
He wondered if the Ricks had gathered here once, not to build or destroy, but simply to remember themselves. The thought made the silence of the chamber heavier, though not unkind. In the centre stood a stone seat, plain but dignified. Morty approached, hesitating, before placing his hand on it. The surface was cool, yet warmed quickly beneath his palm. He sat carefully, not out of reverence, but out of instinct. The moment he did, a stillness spread through him, like sitting inside the heart
of the citadel itself.
The girl stood nearby, watching quietly, as if she understood without needing to ask. They didn't stay long. The room felt sacred in a way that did not invite lingering. When they left, Morty carried with him a calm he could not name, as though the stone seat had given him a fragment of its patience. Back at the fountain, the younger Morty was arranging small objects in a circle, stones, scraps of paper, bits of metal. He worked with a focus unusual for him, humming softly to himself. The robot watched, its dim eyes flickering with what looked like gentle approval. When Morty asked what he was doing, the boy only smiled and said, "Making a map." He didn't explain further, and Morty didn't press. Some things were better left to grow in their own time. That night, their dreams carried a peculiar harmony. The girl dreamed of a vast library where every book was blank, yet the air vibrated with the weight of words unspoken. The younger Morty dreamed of climbing a staircase that led endlessly upward, but instead of tiring, he felt lighter with every step. Morty once again returned to the starry forest. The sprout he had seen before had grown taller, its stem now strong enough to sway gently in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Tiny buds glimmered along its sides, faint as distant sparks. Morty touched one, and warmth spread into his fingertips. He woke with that warmth still lingering. As days blended softly into one another, their rituals deepened. They no longer merely sat together at the fountain. They tended it, clearing the debris from its edges, polishing the stone with pieces of cloth found in forgotten rooms. The water seemed clearer afterward, its reflection sharper, as though recognizing their care. Each act was small, but together it felt like stitching threads into something larger. Morty often thought of Rick during those quiet labors, not with the sharp ache of absence, but with a gentler kind of wondering. Would Rick have laughed at their efforts, or would he have seen the meaning hidden in them? Morty didn't know. What he did know was that the emptiness left by Rick's disappearance no longer felt like an end. It felt like an opening. One evening, after a day of tending the fountain, Morty sat with the carved figure in his hand. He studied its worn lines, tracing them with his thumb. The girl sat nearby, her eyes half closed, and said softly, "Sometimes I think things remember us even more than we remember them." Morty looked at her, surprised by the thought. and then found himself believing it. Perhaps the figure, the banners, even the stones of the citadel carried their memories not by choice, but by love. That night, Morty's dream shifted. The forest of starry trees was still there, but now he walked not as a child, not as a wanderer, but as someone who belonged. The sprout had opened into a slender tree, its branches already reaching higher than his head. At the base, the soil glowed faintly as if holding more seeds yet to rise. Morty pressed his hand to the earth, feeling a hum that resonated with his own chest. He woke slowly, reluctant to leave, but with a quiet certainty that something was indeed growing inside. Morning came once again, not with urgency, but with patience. Morty rose, placed the figure back on the altar, and sat with the others. No one spoke immediately. They didn't need to. The silence between them had become a language of its own, soft and steady, enough to hold them all. And in that silence, Morty understood that their journey was not about finding what was lost, but about tending what remained and allowing it to bloom. The morning stretched itself into being with a kind of delicate hesitation, as if the citadel was uncertain whether it wanted to wake or remain in its endless half-sleep. Morty stirred quietly, his eyes opening to the dim glow filtering through the fractured windows. The fountain whispered faintly in the distance, its rhythm constant, as though promising that not everything would slip away. He sat up slowly, letting the weight of the air rest gently on his shoulders, and listened to the silence that carried more comfort now than unease. The girl was already awake, sitting near the altar with the small carved figure in her hands. She turned it slowly, her gaze unfixed, as if watching something within the cracks of its surface rather than the figure itself. Morty approached and sat beside her, careful not to break the stillness that surrounded them. She glanced at him briefly, then placed the figure back on the stone. "Do you ever feel like it's waiting for us?" she asked softly. Morty thought for a long moment before nodding. "Yeah," he said. "Like it knows something we don't." She smiled faintly, not as an answer, but as an acknowledgement, and together they sat in silence again. The younger Morty soon joined them, dragging a bundle of fabric behind him. He spread it out with a kind of quiet pride. It was one of the faded banners they had found, carefully cut into smaller pieces. The scraps formed a patchwork of faint colours, almost like the remnants of a forgotten sky. "I thought we could make something," he said, his voice shy but steady. The girl leaned closer, tracing the edges with her fingers. Morty nodded approvingly. "What do you want it to be?" The boy shrugged, though his eyes carried a spark. "Maybe just a blanket? Something that feels warm." They began working together, stitching the pieces with bits of thread they scavenged from old rooms. The robot watched them, its dim eyes flickering as though recording the moment. The work was slow but not tedious. Each stitch felt like a promise, each joined fragment a small defiance against the emptiness that surrounded them. Morty felt a strange peace in the rhythm of it, in the way their hands moved together without needing much conversation. By the time the day had stretched into evening, the patchwork was large enough to drape around all of them. The younger Morty wrapped himself in it immediately, smiling with a kind of relief that was more than warmth. That night, when they gathered near the fountain, they spread the patchwork across their laps. It carried no clear image, no recognizable symbol, but somehow it felt whole. The water reflected its muted colors, doubling their presence. For the first time, Morty sensed that they had created something new within the citadel, not just preserved what had been left behind. It was a small act, but it pulsed with quiet strength. When sleep came, Morty's dream was different. The forest of starry trees remained, but now the small tree he had tended was no longer alone. Around it, faint shoots had begun to rise, their glow subtle but steady. He knelt among them, touching the soil that hummed with life. As he looked up, he saw the girl in the distance, her figure walking among the trees with a light that seemed to grow from her steps. She didn't speak, didn't even glance back, but her presence carried into him like a song. He woke with the image still alive in his mind. The next morning, the citadel itself felt subtly altered. The air seemed clearer, as though acknowledging their work. They carried the patchwork with them as they explored further, following paths they hadn't dared before. One corridor led them to a vast chamber with a ceiling so high it seemed to merge with the sky. Broken instruments hung from the walls, their strings long silent, but the space still echoed faintly like a memory of music. The girl tilted her head, listening as though she could still hear it. The younger Morty clapped once, and the sound stretched outward, bouncing back in gentle waves. He laughed softly, and the sound carried again, filling the room with layers of echoes. They lingered there, letting the chamber hold their voices. The girl began humming, her sound rising to meet the emptiness. Morty joined quietly, his tone uneven but earnest. Together their voices stitched themselves into the silence, and for a moment it felt as though the walls themselves leaned closer to listen. When they finally stopped, the quiet that followed was not hollow, but full, carrying the resonance of what they had left behind. Later that day, they returned to the fountain and spread the patchwork across the stone. They spoke little, but each of them touched it as if to seal the day's memory into its threads. The robot extended one of its hands, brushing the fabric lightly, its gesture almost tender. The girl whispered, "Now it remembers us too." That night, Morty's dream deepened again. The starry forest now held not just trees and soil, but the faint sound of voices. He followed them, moving through the glowing trunks until he found a clearing. There, beneath the growing tree, sat figures he couldn't quite recognize, blurred and shifting, yet familiar. They looked up at him, and though their faces never became clear, he felt no fear. Instead, he felt welcomed, as though they had been waiting. He woke with his chest warm, the dream clinging like dew. As days drifted onward, the group fell into a rhythm. They explored, they tended, they stitched, and always they returned to the fountain. The citadel no longer felt like a ruin to Morty. It felt like a place still alive, though quietly, patiently. Each act they performed, however small, seemed to awaken something. A corner of light here, a whisper of sound there. It was as though the citadel itself was remembering alongside them. One evening, as they sat wrapped in the patchwork, the girl spoke suddenly. "Do you think the Ricks will ever come back?" The question lingered heavy in the air. Morty thought carefully before answering.
"I don't know," he admitted. "But maybe that's not the point. Maybe it's about what we do while they're gone." She nodded slowly, her gaze softening. "Maybe." The younger Morty leaned against her, already drifting into sleep,
And the robot lowered its head in quiet agreement. The night passed gently, and when dawn came again, Morty rose with a sense of calm he had not known before. He looked around at his companions, at the fountain, at the altar with its carved figure, and at the patchwork lying across the stone. For the first time, he felt not just the absence of Rick, but the presence of something else, something growing, steady and quiet, like the trees in his dreams. He breathed deeply, and for a brief moment it felt as though the citadel itself breathed with him. The day unfolded with a muted brightness, as though the citadel had decided to grant them a softer
kind of light.
It filtered through cracks in the walls and caught on the still water of the fountain, painting the stone floor in pale, shifting patterns. Morty rose slowly, stretching as the cool air brushed against his skin. The younger Morty was still asleep, curled tightly beneath the patchwork, while the girl sat near the edge of the fountain, her hand trailing lightly across the surface of the water. The robot stood nearby, silent but steady, its dim eyes glowing faintly like lanterns that refused to go out. Morty joined her by the fountain, crouching down and dipping his fingers into the water. The surface rippled outward, the circles overlapping hers, and for a moment they simply watched the patterns meet and blend. "Feels different today," he murmured. The girl nodded. "It's like the citadel's listening harder." She looked at him then, her expression softer than usual, almost as if she wanted to say more, but the words remained unspoken. Morty didn't press. He had come to understand that her silences carried their own kind of meaning. When the younger Morty finally stirred awake, rubbing his eyes with the blanket still draped over his shoulders, he suggested they explore further into the eastern wing, a part of the citadel they had only glimpsed from afar. The others agreed. They gathered what little they carried, a few scraps of food, the patchwork folded neatly, and the small carved figure from the altar, and set off. The robot moved beside them, its pace slow but sure, its presence grounding. The eastern corridors felt older, as though they had been abandoned longer than the rest. Dust clung to the air, and the walls bore faint cracks that spread like veins across the stone. Yet there was a strange beauty in the decay. Light fell through broken ceilings, in shafts that illuminated patches of moss and tiny flowers that had begun to take root in the silence. It was as if nature itself had begun to reclaim the emptiness left behind by the Ricks. As they walked, they found a door half hanging from its hinges. Pushing it open, they entered a vast library. The shelves were mostly bare, but here and there, fragments of books remained, loose pages, covers torn apart, ink faded to a whisper. The girl picked up a scrap and ran her fingers across the words. "They tried to write everything down," she whispered. Morty looked around, feeling the weight of what had been lost. So many thoughts, so many stories, all dissolved into silence. Yet even in ruin, the space held a strange dignity. The younger Morty began gathering loose pages, carefully stacking them together as if hoping to rebuild at least a part of what had been scattered. The robot assisted, using its steady arms to place fragile pieces on a cleared section of floor. Morty and the girl joined them, and soon they had assembled a small pile of remnants, a patchwork of words like the blanket they had stitched days earlier. None of the pages fit together, none formed a complete story, but the fragments hummed with quiet power. They decided to stay there for the night. As darkness gathered, they lit a small lamp they had carried from another chamber, its glow flickering across the torn pages. The girl began reading aloud from one of the fragments, though many of the words were broken or missing. Her voice carried gently through the library, filling the emptiness with rhythm. Morty closed his eyes and let the sound wash over him. The younger Morty curled up with the patchwork beside the pile of pages, while the robot stood watch at the edge of the lamplight, its faint hum like a lullaby. In his dreams that night, Morty found himself once again in the starry forest. This time, The clearing was larger, the small tree brighter, and around it the faint figures from before had grown sharper. They were not Rick's, nor Morty's, nor anyone he recognized, but they felt familiar, like echoes of people who had once loved deeply and left something of themselves behind. One of them reached out a hand and Morty stepped closer. He didn't touch it, but he felt the warmth radiate through him all the same. When he awoke, the memory lingered like a gentle weight in his chest. The next morning, they continued exploring the library. In a corner, they found a table covered in dust, and beneath it, a small box. Inside were tiny glass spheres, each faintly glowing. The girl lifted one carefully. "Memories," she murmured. "They used to store them this way?" Morty watched the faint swirl inside the sphere, a shifting haze of light that almost resembled a heartbeat. They didn't know how to open them, but even holding one carried a strange calm. The younger Morty tucked the box carefully beneath the patchwork, as if protecting it. Carrying the box, they left the library and pressed deeper into the eastern wing. Eventually, they reached a balcony overlooking the endless expanse of the Citadel's fractured skyline. The view stretched wide, broken towers jutting upward like teeth, the horizon blurred by soft haze. From there, Morty felt the immensity of it all, the scale of absence, the vastness of what had been abandoned. Yet instead of despair, he felt a quiet awe. The world was broken, yes, but it still held itself together, waiting. They sat on the balcony, passing the glass spheres between them, each holding one for a while before setting it back in the box. The girl closed her eyes as she held hers, her lips parting slightly as though listening to something deep within. Morty did the same, and though no words came, he felt a pulse inside the sphere that matched his own heartbeat. It was enough. That evening, when they returned to the fountain, they placed the box beside the altar, next to the carved figure. It looked at home there, as if it had always belonged. The fountain's reflection caught on the glass, multiplying the lights until it seemed as though dozens of stars had descended into the water. The younger Morty whispered, "Now it feels like the Citadel has its own sky." They wrapped themselves in the patchwork again that night, their circle tight, the robot's quiet hum steady. Morty drifted into sleep feeling more connected than ever, as though the Citadel itself was no longer a ruin, but a companion. His dream carried him back into the forest, where the tree had grown taller still, its branches stretching outward to shelter the smaller shoots. The blurred figures sang softly, though he couldn't hear the words. Their presence filled him with warmth, and he realized that whether or not the Ricks ever returned, something new was already being born. When he woke, the light of dawn was out, gentle, spilling across the fountain and the altar. The glass spheres glowed faintly as though touched by the sun. Morty looked at his companions, the younger boy still asleep, the girl awake and watching the water, the robot standing sentinel, and felt a quiet certainty rise within him. They were not just surviving, they were shaping something thread by thread, fragment by fragment. It was small, it was fragile, but it was theirs. And in that fragile belonging, he felt stronger than he ever had before. The fountain's song was the first sound Morty heard that morning, the soft trickle echoing through the chamber like the world itself humming beneath its breath. The light that filtered in felt warmer than usual, casting long golden streaks across the stone floor. Morty sat up slowly, careful not to disturb the younger boy still wrapped in the patchwork. The girl was already awake, her eyes fixed on the
altar, where the carved figure stood beside the box of glass spheres.
She looked as though she were waiting for something, though Morty couldn't tell if it was a sound, a sign, or simply the stillness itself? The robot stood near the entrance, silent, as always, but Morty had begun to sense something in its stillness, a kind of attention, a presence that made it feel less like a machine and more like part of their circle. He rose and joined the girl, glancing at the glowing spheres. "Do you think they remember us?" he asked quietly. She turned to him, her gaze steady, then back to the box. "Maybe they don't need to. Maybe it's enough that we remember them." The younger Morty stirred then, rubbing his eyes before shuffling closer. He placed his hand gently on the box, as if to greet it. "I dreamed they were stars," he whispered. "Falling stars, but when they landed here, they stayed." He didn't say more, but Morty felt the truth in his words. They decided to venture farther that day, into a section of the citadel none of them had yet explored. Carrying the patchwork, a lamp, and one of the glass spheres, they followed a winding stair that descended deep into the foundations. The air grew cooler, heavier, as if the silence here was thicker. The walls bore markings, faded carvings and lines that spiraled into unfamiliar patterns. The younger Morty traced them with his fingers, murmuring questions to himself that no one could answer. At the bottom of the stair they found a cavernous hall, half collapsed, yet still immense. Pillars leaned at awkward angles, chunks of ceiling lay scattered, and pools of stagnant water reflected the fractured stone. Yet in the centre stood something whole, a massive door carved with intricate shapes that glowed faintly as though lit from within. The girl stepped forward first, her eyes scanning the patterns. "It feels alive," she whispered. Morty felt, it too, a quiet vibration in the air that seemed to pulse with their breath. The robot approached the door, placing its hand upon the surface. For a long moment nothing happened. Then the glow spread outward, lines of light running across the carvings like veins awakening. The vibration deepened, filling the hall until it seemed to echo inside their bones. The door did not open, but the light revealed images carved across its surface. Not words, but scenes. They saw figures gathered around fountains, circles of people holding patchworks, children lifting glass spheres to the sky. They saw trees growing tall, their roots winding into cracks of stone, their branches cradling stars. And beneath it all, they saw the outline of a great wheel turning endlessly. The younger Morty pressed closer, eyes wide. "It's like it's telling us we're not the first." The girl reached out, her hand hovering above the glowing patterns. "Or that we're not the last." Morty felt a shiver, not of fear, but of recognition, as though the door was less a barrier and more a mirror. They stayed there for hours, tracing the carvings, whispering to one another about what the images might mean. When they finally left, the glow slowly dimmed, retreating back into the stone until the hall was silent once more. They climbed the stair in thoughtful quiet, each carrying something unspoken. Back at the fountain chamber, they placed the sphere beside the box and sat in their circle. The girl finally broke the silence. "We could stay here forever," she said softly. "Or we could keep walking until we find what's beyond all of this." Morty looked at her, then at the boy, then at the robot. He realized there was no single answer. The Citadel wasn't asking them to choose one path, but to keep weaving whatever threads they could. He reached for the patchwork, spreading it across their laps. "Maybe both," he said. "Maybe we stay, and maybe we keep walking. The Citadel will still hold us either way." That night, as they huddled beneath the patchwork, Morty dreamed again of the starry forest. The small tree had grown taller still, its branches tangled with others until the clearing felt more like a canopy. The blurred figures were no longer distant. They stood nearer, their outlines clearer. One of them stepped forward and placed a glowing sphere in his hands. He felt its warmth spread through him like water through dry soil. The figure spoke, though no words came, only a sense of assurance. When Morty awoke, he still felt the sphere's warmth in his palms. The next day, they returned to the library carrying with them a new intention. Instead of only gathering pages, they began arranging them into patterns. The girl suggested placing them like tiles, overlapping the fragments to form new shapes. The boy added small drawings on the blank edges, stars, trees, circles, figures, holding hands. Morty wrote small words where he could, not to rebuild what had been lost, but to weave something new from the ruins. The robot sat nearby, holding the lamp steady so the others could see, its faint hum like steady breath. Days blurred together this way, a rhythm of exploration and return, of gathering fragments and weaving them together. The fountain chamber grew richer with each piece they placed beside the altar, the pages arranged into spirals, the box of spheres glowing softly, the carved figure standing watch. Even the robot seemed to belong more fully now, its presence no longer mechanical, but deeply familiar. One evening, as they sat by the fountain, the girl lifted one of the finished patchworks of pages and set it down near the water. The ripples reflected across the ink and drawings, making it seem alive. "This is how it begins," she said. "Not with what we lost, but with what we keep making." The boy nodded eagerly. "And maybe someday someone else will find it, like we found the altar." Morty smiled, his chest full with something he couldn't quite name, but didn't need to. As the night deepened, they placed the patchwork of pages with the others, the altar now surrounded by their quiet work. The fountain's song seemed to change, its rhythm softer, as though it too was singing in response. They wrapped themselves in the cloth patchwork, their circle warm, the robot watching over them. In his dream that night, Morty stood not in the forest, but on the balcony overlooking the broken skyline. Only now the towers were no longer jagged teeth, but tall trees, their leaves catching the light of countless glowing spheres that floated like lanterns. The blurred figures stood among them, their shapes clearer than ever, and when they looked at him, he felt no distance, only belonging. They lifted their hands, and Morty understood. They were not gone. They were part of every step, every stitch, every page, every breath. He woke with tears in his eyes, though he was smiling. The girl stirred beside him, her head resting against his shoulder. The boy was curled beneath the patchwork, breathing steadily, and the robot's eyes glowed softly. In the dim light, the fountain continued its song, steady and patient. Morty realized then that no matter how long they stayed, no matter how far they walked, they were already home. The morning arrived without warning, a slow unfurling of pale light across the stone walls, carrying with it a silence so deep it felt almost like a pause in the citadel's breath. Morty stirred beneath the patchwork, blinking at the golden shimmer that seeped through the cracks high above. The fountain sang softly in the background, its ripples catching that same glow, and he felt for a moment as though he had awoken in the middle of a dream rather than at its edge. The girl was already awake, her knees drawn up to her chest, gazing toward the altar. The younger boy still slept soundly, and the robot standing near the entrance glowed faintly as if absorbing the morning itself. Something inside Morty told him today was different. Not louder or sharper, but filled with a quiet gravity that pressed against the air. He rose, stretched, and moved closer to the girl, who finally turned her face toward him. Her expression carried no fear, only a gentle focus, as though she, too, sensed that the rhythm of things had shifted. She pointed toward the altar, and Morty saw it. The box of glass spheres glimmered more brightly than before, their glow reaching further across the chamber. One of them pulsed faintly, as though keeping time with a hidden heartbeat. The boy stirred then, opening his eyes with a sleepy murmur. He sat up quickly, however, when he saw the glow. "It's calling us," he whispered, voice still heavy with sleep, yet certain. The girl nodded, and Morty felt that same certainty settle within him. The robot stepped forward, its movement calm but deliberate, as though it too recognized the summons. They gathered around the altar together. Morty reached toward the box, hesitating only a moment before lifting the pulsing sphere into his hands. It was warm, warmer than the others had been, and as he cradled it, the light spread across his palms and into his chest. He gasped softly, but it was not pain. It was like being filled with a song he had always known, but forgotten until now. The girl placed her hand atop his, steadying the sphere. The boy did the same, his small fingers trembling, but resolute. The robot lowered its hand beside theirs, and for a heartbeat they all touched the same light. The chamber itself seemed to respond. The fountain's rhythm slowed and deepened, the trickles swelling like a chant. The walls shivered faintly, and Morty could swear the carved figure at the altar glowed too, its features momentarily clear in the golden wash. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the brightness softened, leaving only the faint pulse once more. Morty lowered the sphere back into the box, his breath uneven. None of them spoke for a long moment. Finally, the girl broke the silence. "It's showing us the way," she said softly. "We just have to follow." The boy nodded, clutching the patchwork tightly against his chest. Morty felt the weight of her words settle into him, not as command, but as truth. He turned to the robot, who inclined its head, silent yet sure. They decided to follow the light wherever it might lead. With the patchwork wrapped around their shoulders, the lamp in hand, and the pulsing sphere carried carefully by Morty, they began their walk through the citadel. The halls stretched on, endless yet familiar, each corridor echoing with memories of steps they had taken before. The light from the sphere seemed to guide them, growing brighter when they turned toward one path, dimmer when they veered another way. They passed through rooms lined with collapsed shelves, where torn pages lay,
scattered like fallen leaves.
They paused briefly, gathering some to add to their growing collection, before moving on. They crossed bridges that spanned dark gaps, the glow of the sphere shimmering across the depths below. The boy asked what lay beneath, and Morty could only answer with a quiet shake of his head. Still the child smiled, as though the unknown was itself a kind of comfort. Hours passed, though time felt slippery in that place. The sphere finally led them to a chamber unlike any they had seen before. Its walls were smooth and curved, as though carved not by hands but by water. At the center lay a shallow pool, its surface glassy and still. Above it hung strands of roots, thick and tangled, descending from cracks in the stone ceiling. The glow of the sphere reflected upon the water, scattering into countless fragments of light. They approached slowly, reverently. Morty knelt by the edge, lowering the sphere until it touched the surface. Ripples spread outward, carrying the light across the chamber. As the ripples faded, the reflection changed. No longer did they see only themselves. Instead, The water showed a vision of the forest from Morty's dreams. The small tree now grown tall, its branches stretching wide, stars tangled in its leaves. Beside it stood blurred figures, their faces clearer this time, their shapes almost
human, yet shimmering at the edges. They held hands, forming a circle around the tree, and as Morty watched, he felt himself standing among them. The girl gasped softly, pressing her hand against the water as though she could step through.
The boy's eyes shone with wonder. "It's them," he whispered. "The ones who came before." Morty felt tears sting his eyes. He couldn't explain why, but the vision felt both like a memory and a promise. He knew without knowing that what they were seeing was not an ending, but a continuation. The robot stood silently at their side, its reflection joining theirs in the water. For a moment, Morty thought he saw its shape change too, not metal and wires, but something more fluid, like light woven into form. Then the ripples faded again, and the pool returned to stillness. They lingered by the water for a long time, speaking softly, sharing what each had felt in the vision. The girl said it reminded her of a song she used to know but could no longer sing. The boy said it felt like home, even though he had never been there. Morty said nothing, because the feeling inside him was too vast for words. The robot only hummed faintly, its presence enough. When they finally rose, the sphere's glow had softened, no longer pulsing, but steady and calm. They returned it carefully to the patchwork and began their journey back. The walk seemed lighter, now as though the citadel itself carried part of their weight. The fountain chamber welcomed them with familiar warmth, the sound of water steady and kind. They placed the sphere back into the box, where it glowed faintly with the others, and, for the first time, Morty felt the collection was not incomplete. It was growing, alive, waiting to be continued. That night, wrapped in the patchwork, they dreamed not separately, but together. Morty found himself again in the forest clearing, but this time the girl and the boy were beside him, their hands in his. The robot stood behind them, a silent guardian. The tree rose tall before them, stars shimmering in its branches, and around them stood countless others, blurred no longer, their faces kind, their eyes filled with the same quiet strength Morty felt in his companions. They sang without words, their voices like wind through leaves, like water over stone. Morty understood then. The citadel was not only a place of endings, it was a loom, and they were its threads. When he woke, the patchwork was warm against his skin, the fountain still singing, the light still soft. He looked at his companions, the girl stirring awake, the boy breathing steadily, the robot standing watch, and felt a peace he had never known before. Whatever path lay ahead, whether they stayed or walked beyond, they were no longer searching alone. They were part of the circle now, and the circle would never break. The day unfolded with a gentleness that seemed to belong to another world. Pale light streamed into the fountain chamber, brushing over stone and water alike, making the ripples dance with flecks of gold. Morty opened his eyes to the sight of the girl seated near the altar, her hands resting on her knees, her gaze steady
on the glowing box.
The boy still slept, curled beneath the patchwork, while the robot stood at its usual place, silent and unmoving, yet carrying an air of quiet vigilance. Morty rose slowly, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. The memory of the vision still lingered. In him, a forest alive with stars, a tree radiant in its strength, voices that sang without language but carried meaning all the same. It was not fading like other dreams did. Instead, it had settled in him like a truth too ancient to be doubted. The girl turned her head when she felt his presence, offering a faint smile that carried more strength than words. He walked toward her, drawn by the glow of the box. The spheres lay still, their light steady but subdued, like embers waiting for a breath to awaken them. He reached out a hand but stopped just short of touching them. "They're sleeping," the girl whispered, as if reading his thoughts. Morty nodded, lowering his hand. He understood now that the spheres moved not by his will, but their own. They pulsed, glowed, guided only when the time was right. Until then, they simply waited. The boy awoke then, yawning loudly, his hair tousled and his eyes squinting in the pale light. He clutched the patchwork around his shoulders as though it were a shield, and looked at the others. "What happens?"
"Now?" he asked, his voice still carrying the innocence of a child's wonder, but edged with a seriousness that seemed too heavy for his small frame. Morty glanced at the girl and then at the robot, who gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Now,"
the girl said quietly. "We listen." She tilted her head, and Morty followed her gaze. At first, he heard nothing but the fountain's song, steady and eternal, but then beneath it a faint echo rose. It was not a voice, nor a sound exactly, but a hum that seemed to vibrate inside his chest. The boy's eyes widened, for he too felt it. The robot stepped forward, its form illuminated faintly by its own glow, and together they turned toward the corridor where the sound seemed to come from. Without hesitation, they followed. The sphere remained in its box, still and quiet, as though it trusted them to walk this path unaided. Their footsteps echoed against the worn stone, the lamp casting soft light that stretched their shadows across the walls. The hum grew stronger as they walked, not louder, but deeper, as though each step brought them closer to the heart of something vast and hidden. The passage twisted and widened until it opened into a hall unlike any they had seen before. It was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor a mosaic of broken tiles that shimmered faintly as if dusted with fragments of starlight. At the center stood a great pillar, cracked and weathered, carved with patterns so intricate they seemed alive. Morty approached slowly, his breath caught in his chest. The patterns were not random. They were threads, winding and twisting, intersecting and parting, forming shapes that resembled trees, rivers, stars, and faces blurred but familiar. The girl placed her hand on the pillar, tracing the grooves with her fingertips. The boy stood, close, his eyes wide with awe. "It's telling a story," he whispered, though none of them could read it as one might read words. The robot stood before the pillar, its glow merging faintly with the carvings, and for a moment Morty thought the patterns shifted in response, as though the pillar recognized their presence. The hum grew stronger, and the air seemed to thicken, not with weight, but with meaning. Morty closed his eyes and pressed his palm against the stone. Images rose behind his eyelids, not clear pictures, but impressions, feelings. He saw journeys taken long ago, faces that carried both sorrow and strength, paths that led into darkness but emerged into light. He felt the weight of countless footsteps that had passed through this hall, each leaving a trace, each thread weaving into the greater tapestry. When he opened his eyes, the girl was watching him. She nodded, as though she too had felt it. The boy tugged at his sleeve. "They were here before us," he said softly. "They left this so we wouldn't be lost." Morty's throat tightened, but he only placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. They lingered by the pillar for what felt like hours, studying the carvings, speaking little but feeling much. At last, the robot turned and began walking toward another corridor that opened at the far end of the hall. They followed without question, for they knew now that their path was not one of chance, but of quiet guidance. The corridor sloped downward, the air cooler, damp with the scent of stone and hidden water. They came to a chamber where roots tangled, thick across the ceiling and walls, their tips glowing faintly as though lit from within. At the center lay a pool, not still like the one before, but gently swirling its surface alive with movement. Morty knelt and peered into it, but instead of his reflection, he saw images flicker and shift, stars, forests, rivers, faces, and once, fleetingly, the small tree from his dreams. The girl crouched beside him, her breath catching as the water showed her something he could not see. The boy leaned forward too, eyes wide, whispering words Morty couldn't understand, as though speaking to someone only he could hear. The robot stood silently behind them, its reflection stretching impossibly, far across the water's surface. Then the pool stilled and the images faded. Morty touched the water and ripples spread outward, carrying the faint glow across the chamber. He felt again that same certainty. This place was not meant to trap them, but to remind them. They were not the first, nor would they be the last. The citadel was not a cage, but a mirror, reflecting the threads of all who had passed, weaving them together. They sat in silence by the pool for a long time, each lost in their own thoughts. When at last they rose, the boy carried a small stone he had found near the water, smooth and warm in his palm. He tucked it into the patchwork, smiling faintly as though it belonged there. The girl looked back once before leaving, her eyes lingering on the glowing roots, and Morty knew she carried the image with her. The walk back to the fountain chamber felt shorter, though no less heavy with meaning. They returned to find the spheres glowing faintly, as if welcoming them home. Morty touched the box gently, and, though no sphere pulsed this time, he felt their presence, patient and alive. That night, as they lay wrapped in the patchwork, their dreams wove together again. Morty found himself in the forest clearing, the great tree rising before him, its branches heavy with starlight. The girl stood beside him, the boy holding her hand, and the robot at their back. Around them, countless figures gathered, their faces clearer than before, their eyes kind. They did not speak, yet Morty understood. The journey was not about finding an ending, but carrying the thread forward, weaving it into the circle that never closed. When he awoke, the fountain's song filled the chamber, steady and eternal. He looked at his companions, still asleep, and felt a peace that was not silence, but harmony. Whatever lay ahead, whether in the citadel or beyond, they would walk it together, guided not by certainty, but by trust. The threads were already woven, and all they needed to do was keep walking, keep listening, keep remembering. The citadel felt quieter than before, though the fountain's endless song had not changed. It was as if the stone itself listened, holding its breath while waiting for them to take the next step. Morty rose slowly, the patchwork slipping from his shoulders, and walked toward the altar where the spheres still glowed in their wooden box. Their light was softer now, not as sharp or demanding as when they first pulsed, but it carried a steadiness that reassured him. The girl stirred soon after, stretching with a sigh, her hair falling across her face. She pushed it back with a graceful motion and came to stand beside him, her eyes reflecting the sphere's glow. The boy woke last, clutching the stone he had taken from the pool the day before. He held it against his chest, as if it were a treasure, his expression serious in a way that made Morty's heart ache. Childhood had no place here, yet the boy carried its remnants like fragile embers, refusing to let them go. The robot stood at the far side of the chamber, silent as always, yet Morty felt its watchfulness, as though it carried both memory and foresight in its mechanical stillness. The hum they had heard before had faded, replaced now by something subtler, an awareness, a sense that the citadel was awake and observing them. The girl turned her head, listening to something none of the others could hear. Morty saw her lips part as though to speak, but she said nothing, only began walking toward one of the unlit corridors branching away from the chamber. The boy followed without question, the stone in his hand, and the robot fell into step behind them. Morty hesitated only a moment before he too moved, for he knew that within these walls hesitation served no purpose. The corridor was narrow, its ceiling low, the walls marked by scratches that looked neither intentional nor random. As the lamp cast its glow, the lines seemed to shift, forming fleeting shapes that dissolved before the mind could name them. The boy reached out and traced one of the grooves, his small fingers following the path of the mark. The girl pulled him gently forward, whispering that some things were not meant to be held too tightly. The passage opened into a chamber unlike the others they had seen. It was circular, with no altar, no fountain, no carvings on the stone. Instead, the entire floor was covered in dust, thick and undisturbed except for the faintest impression of circles spiraling outward from the center. Morty stepped cautiously, his footprints leaving marks that broke the perfection. At the very heart of the chamber lay a single object, a shard of glass no larger than a hand, glowing faintly as though lit by an inner fire. The girl bent and lifted it, holding it up to the lamp's light. The shard reflected not just her face, but many others, some blurred, some sharp, none belonging to anyone they knew. Morty leaned closer and saw his own reflection, fractured into a dozen versions of himself, young, old, tired, hopeful, each one flickering and vanishing as he shifted his gaze. The boy peered into it too, gasping as he saw something that made him clutch his stone even tighter. The robot remained still, but the shard's glow touched its surface, making its form shimmer as though revealing layers hidden beneath the metal. The girl lowered the shard and held it against her chest. "This was meant to be left here," she said softly, though no one had asked. But it wanted to be seen again. She looked around the chamber, at the circles spiraling outward, then back at the shard. It doesn't belong to one person. It belongs to all who look into it, Morty understood. The shard was not an answer, but a reminder, another thread in the endless weaving. They left the chamber quietly, the girl carrying the shard carefully as though it were fragile, though it felt heavy with strength. As they returned through the corridor, the marks on the walls seemed clearer, their shifting less chaotic, as though acknowledging that the shard had been lifted from its place. The boy looked back several times, his eyes wide, as if expecting the chamber to disappear altogether. Once they had left it behind. Back in the fountain chamber, the spheres glowed brighter, pulsing faintly as if welcoming the shard. The girl placed it beside the wooden box, and for a moment the glass caught the sphere's light and scattered it into colors that filled the room, painting the walls with shifting hues. The boy laughed softly, his voice carrying a joy that had been absent for too long, and even the robot's stillness seemed lighter. Morty watched in silence, his heart both heavy and full, knowing that every new piece they found added to a whole they could never fully see. As night fell, the patchwork was spread across them once more. Morty lay awake longer than the others, staring at the ceiling where faint patterns danced from the coloured reflections. His thoughts wandered to the journey that had brought them here, to the faces that appeared in dreams, to the tree that glowed with starlight. He wondered whether they were moving closer to the heart of the citadel, or whether the citadel itself was moving closer to them, reshaping its halls to guide their steps. When sleep finally came, it was deep and heavy, pulling him into visions that were neither dream nor memory. He stood again in the clearing of the forest, the great tree before him. This time the branches reached lower, as though bending to listen. Around him, countless figures gathered, their faces clearer than before. Among them were echoes of himself, reflections from the shard, and voices that spoke without sound. The girl stood at his side, holding the shard, its light blending with the stars. The boy was there too, still holding his stone, though in the dream it pulsed faintly as though alive. The robot stood behind them, its glow steady, a sentinel across all worlds. The tree's light spread outward, weaving across the sky like threads pulled from its branches. Morty reached out his hand, and for a moment he felt himself part of that weaving, not as a single thread, but as countless ones, each crossing and merging with others, forming something endless and whole. He awoke with tears on his face, not from sorrow, but from a depth he could not name. Morning light returned, pale and steady, and the fountain sang as it always did. The girl rose and held the shard up once more, watching as the light scattered across the walls. The boy placed his stone beside it, and for a moment the colours deepened as though the two objects resonated with one another. Morty touched the wooden box, and the spheres glowed in response, their hum faint but unmistakable. The robot moved to stand closer, as if acknowledging that the circle was growing wider. They ate sparingly from what remained of their provisions, though hunger felt distant here, replaced by a deeper nourishment that came from presence alone. Then, without speaking, they knew it was time to move again. The citadel was not a place to linger forever, no matter how safe the fountain chamber felt. Its purpose was not to keep them, but to guide them. They walked together into another corridor, leaving behind the altar, the spheres, the shard, and the stone, though they knew none of it was truly left. Each piece they carried was already within them, each step woven into the circle. The fountain's song faded behind them, replaced by silence that was not empty, but alive with promise. Morty felt a calm certainty as he walked, the patchwork folded over his arm, the girl at his side, the boy close behind, the robot steady as ever. The path ahead was unknown, yet he no longer feared it, for the citadel did not demand answers. It asked only that they walk, listen, and remember. The corridor stretched farther than any they had entered before, its length measured not in steps but in the way time seemed to bend as they moved. Each breath echoed softly, and the sound of their footsteps faded almost as soon as it was made, absorbed into the silence. The lamp's glow touched the walls, which bore faint etchings unlike the shifting marks they had seen elsewhere. These were deliberate, though weathered by age, carved in patterns that repeated every few paces, lines that curved and interlocked like strands of a braid. Morty ran his hand across one of them and felt a subtle vibration beneath his fingers, as though the stone itself still remembered the touch of the hand that had carved it. The girl walked ahead, her movements sure, her gaze focused not on the walls but on something farther, unseen. She carried no shard now, yet she held herself as if listening to a song only she could hear. The boy clutched his stone, though he no longer held it out defensively. Instead, He carried it with reverence,
as one might carry a candle in the dark.
The robot followed close behind, its presence unwavering, every step a quiet reassurance. Morty remained in the middle, his heart steady though his mind searched endlessly for meaning. After what felt like hours, the corridor widened into a hall, so vast that their lamp seemed no more than a flicker against the darkness. The ceiling rose high above, lost in shadow, and the air was cooler here, tinged with the scent of earth after rain. The floor was smooth, worn by countless steps, though no one had passed here in ages. At the center of the hall stood a pedestal of stone, upon which rested an object unlike any they had yet encountered. It was a mask, carved of pale material, its surface smooth, but etched with fine lines that shimmered faintly in the dim light. The girl approached first, her hands hovering above it but not touching. The mask's eyes were hollow, yet Morty felt the weight of their gaze as though unseen beings peered through them from another place. The boy moved closer, tilting his head, then whispered that the mask looked both alive and empty. The robot bent slightly forward, its lenses reflecting the mask's glow, and Morty felt a tension in the air, as though the hall itself waited to see who would claim it. The girl lifted the mask with both hands. It was lighter than it appeared, almost weightless, and yet when she held it, her shoulders straightened as though bearing something immense. She turned it toward Morty, and for a moment he thought he saw his own face reflected upon its surface, not as he was, but as he might
Have been in another life, or perhaps as he was yet to become.
He shivered, not from fear, but from the recognition of something beyond understanding. Without speaking, the girl pressed the mask gently against her face. It fit as though made for her, and when she lowered her hands, the faint lines etched upon it glowed brighter. The hollow eyes filled with light, and for an instant her features were obscured, replaced by a visage both hers and not hers. The boy gasped, clutching his stone tighter, while Morty stepped forward in alarm, but the girl raised a hand to reassure him. When she spoke, her voice carried an echo, as if woven with another's tone. "This is not to hide," she said. "It is to reveal." She turned toward the vast hall, and her gaze seemed to pierce the shadows. The robot tilted its head, as though acknowledging what had awakened within her. Morty swallowed, torn between awe and unease, for the mask seemed not merely an object, but a threshold. They lingered in the hall only a little longer, then moved onward, the girl still wearing the mask, its glow casting strange patterns across the floor. The corridor that followed descended slowly, spiraling deeper into the earth. The air grew cooler, and the sound of dripping water echoed faintly from unseen places. The boy, though tired, did not complain, and Morty placed the patchwork across his shoulders when he saw him shiver. The girl walked steadily ahead, her mask-lit face guiding them, while the robot's steady steps never faltered. At last, the descent ended, opening into a cavern vast and silent, the walls glistening as though
lined with crystal.
In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, still and clear, its surface reflecting the mask's glow. The girl approached the edge and knelt, peering into the water. Morty joined her and saw that the pool did not reflect the cavern as it should. Instead, its depths showed another place, a forest of endless trees, their branches heavy with light. The boy crouched beside them, his eyes wide, and whispered that it looked like the forest from their dreams. The girl dipped her hand into the pool, and ripples spread across its surface, distorting the vision but never breaking it. When she withdrew her hand, the water clung to her fingers like silver threads, shimmering before fading away. Morty touched the pool next, and for a moment he, too, felt the threads, cool and alive, weaving between his fingers. The boy reached out as well, his stone glowing faintly in response. The robot remained at a distance, but its reflection in the pool shimmered, strangely, as though showing more than its metallic form. They sat at the pool's edge for a long time, silent, watching the forest within. None of them asked whether it was real, for they all understood that reality here was not bound by walls or distance. It was enough to witness. When at last the girl rose, the others followed, and together they left the cavern, though the vision of the forest lingered in their hearts. The corridors beyond were narrower, twisting like veins through stone. They walked until their bodies grew weary, then stopped in a small chamber where the walls glowed faintly with their own light. The patchwork was spread once more, and they sat together in its warmth. The boy leaned against Morty's arm, his stone clutched close, and drifted into sleep. The robot stood nearby, ever watchful, while the girl sat quietly, her mask still upon her face. Morty studied her in the dim glow. The mask no longer seemed foreign upon her. It had become part of her, blending with her features in a way that felt natural, inevitable. He wondered what she saw through its hollow eyes, what truths it revealed that remained hidden to him. She turned her head toward him, sensing his gaze, and in her eyes, behind the light of the mask, he saw both weariness and strength. He whispered a question, though he did not mean to. "Will we ever reach the end of this place?" The girl's voice was soft, steady. "There is no end. Only doors. Only crossings. What matters is not reaching, but walking." Morty lowered his head, letting her words settle within him. The rhythm of her voice, the steady breath of the sleeping boy, the quiet hum of the robot, they all blended into a harmony that lulled him toward rest. When his eyes closed, dreams came swiftly, but they were not visions of fear or confusion. He dreamed of walking a path beneath endless branches, the patchwork across his shoulders, the boy and girl beside him, the robot close behind. The forest stretched on forever, yet each step was enough. He awoke to the faint glow of the walls, the girl still seated, the mask shining softly, the boy curled close, and the robot steady in its watch. The citadel was alive around them, breathing, listening, guiding. Morty felt no fear, only a quiet certainty that whatever waited ahead was already part of them. He closed his eyes again, and the silence embraced him like a long-forgotten song. The corridors twisted like threads of a woven, cloth pulling them deeper with every turn. Morty could no longer tell how long they had been walking, for the citadel erased the rhythm of time. Steps and breaths were the only markers, each moment blending into the next. Yet there was no sense of being lost, only of being carried along, a path that was already inscribed for them, etched into stone and silence long before their arrival. The girl walked ahead still, her mask gleaming faintly, her movements sure as though guided by unseen hands. The boy followed, clutching his stone close to his chest, and the robot brought up the rear, a constant guardian whose presence filled the space with unspoken reassurance. They came at last to a chamber unlike any they had entered. The ceiling stretched higher than the hall of the mask, vanishing into shadows far above, and the walls shimmered with faint pulses of light that rippled as if alive. At the center stood a vast circular platform carved of dark stone, raised slightly from the ground. It was surrounded by shallow steps, and etched across its surface were patterns that wound outward like spirals of smoke. Morty stepped closer, feeling the pull of it, as though the platform itself breathed. The girl ascended the steps, her mask glowing brighter with each pace. When she reached the center, the spirals flickered, awakening like veins of fire. She knelt and pressed her hands to the stone, and at once the entire platform lit, flooding the chamber with a soft, golden radiance. The boy gasped, holding his stone aloft, and it responded with a glow of its own. The robot tilted its head, lenses reflecting the light, and Morty felt a tremor pass through his chest, as though something within him had answered too. The light gathered at the girl's hands and began to rise, forming shapes in the air above her. First came lines, then arcs, then whole figures, until the space above the platform was filled with shifting images. They saw mountains that stretched endlessly, seas that shimmered with countless reflections, forests without end, and skies pierced by uncountable stars. Then faces appeared, countless and fleeting, men, women, children, each gaze filled with the weight of untold lives. Morty's breath caught, for the faces seemed to look directly at him, their eyes searching, questioning, recognizing. The girl's voice echoed softly through the chamber. These are not the past nor the future. They are all crossings. They are what the Citadel remembers. The boy stepped closer, holding out his stone, and one of the faces lingered, sharper than the rest. It was a child, not unlike him, with the same wide eyes and steady gaze. The boy reached toward the vision, and for a heartbeat his hand seemed to touch it. But then it faded, leaving only the glow of the platform. The boy lowered his stone, his face calm, though a shadow of longing passed across it. Morty felt the urge to ask what it meant, but no words came. The Citadel did not answer. Questions with explanations. It answered with images, with threads of meaning woven into silence. He knew that speaking would not bring clarity, only the act of continuing forward would. The girl rose from the platform, the glow fading behind her as she descended the steps. The chamber dimmed, though its silence felt fuller, as if the air itself held what they had witnessed. They moved on, leaving the chamber behind. The corridors narrowed again, pressing close, their walls marked with faint scratches that caught the lamp's light. Morty ran his hand across them and felt, not carvings, but grooves worn by countless touches, as though many had passed here before, each leaving a trace of their passage. He thought of the faces in the light, of the boy who had mirrored the child within them, and of the girl whose mask seemed to reveal more with every step. As they walked, the air grew warmer, and a low hum began to echo through the stone. It was not mechanical, nor entirely natural, but something in between, like the resonance of strings stretched across a great hollow. The sound pulsed gently, neither threatening nor comforting, only constant, like the heartbeat of the Citadel
itself. The boy leaned into Morty's side, listening, and whispered that it sounded like a song without words.
Morty nodded, though his throat felt tight, for he too heard the rhythm, and it seemed to beat in time with his own chest. At last, the corridor opened into another vast space, this one circular and perfectly symmetrical. The walls curved smoothly, upward to form a dome, and at its center hung a sphere of light, suspended without any chain or support. The light was not harsh, but soft, like the glow of dawn just before the sun breaches the horizon. Beneath it lay a ring of shallow channels cut into the floor, each filled with still water that reflected the sphere above. The girl entered first, stepping into the circle of reflected light. The mask shimmered, its etched lines pulsing in response. She knelt and dipped her hands into one of the channels, then lifted them, letting the water drip onto the stone. Where it fell, the floor glowed faintly, as though the drops were igniting something dormant. She looked back at Morty and spoke, quietly, her words carrying both certainty and fatigue. This is where the citadel breathes deepest. We must listen. They sat together upon the stone floor, the boy between Morty and the girl, the robot standing close behind. The chamber hummed around them, and the sphere pulsed gently with light. They did not speak. They did not need to. The silence was alive, filled with the hum, with the rhythm of something vast and unseen. Morty closed his eyes, and for a moment he felt himself dissolve into it, as though he too were a reflection in the water, a ripple in the song. Time passed without measure. When Morty opened his eyes again, the sphere's glow had softened, as though acknowledging their presence. The boy leaned against him, drowsy but calm, and the girl's mask gleamed faintly, its eyes no longer empty, but filled with a quiet fire. The robot remained steady, its lenses reflecting both the light and the darkness. They rose together, leaving the circle of light behind. The corridors ahead seemed darker now, but not oppressive, only deep, like the spaces between stars. Their steps echoed softly, steady and unbroken, each one carrying them farther into the heart of the citadel. Morty felt no fear, only a weightless certainty that they were being carried towards something vast, something final, yet without end. Without end. As they walked, the boy spoke quietly, almost to himself. "Do you think we will find the forest again?" Morty did not answer immediately. He thought of the pool, of the vision of endless branches heavy with light. He thought of the platform of faces, of the dome of water and the sphere above. He thought of how each place within the citadel seemed to open not outward, but inward, into depths of memory and silence. At last he whispered, "The forest is not lost. It walks with us." The boy nodded, content, and clutched his stone closer. The girl glanced back briefly, her mask shining faintly in the dark, and the robot's steady steps echoed close behind. Together they moved deeper, into silence, into shadow, into the unending song of the citadel. The corridors deepened, until they no longer felt like stone passageways, but arteries within some living form, pulsing faintly with warmth as if a current moved unseen beneath their surfaces. Morty noticed that with each step the walls seemed smoother, as though centuries of touch had worn them into glass. The lamp's glow stretched long, casting shadows that curled and slipped across the floor like restless spirits. Yet even in the darkness there was no threat, only an invitation to go further, as though each corridor was an open palm leading them forward. The boy walked close to Morty's side, quiet but alert, clutching the stone against his chest. It pulsed faintly now, almost in rhythm with the hum that permeated the air. Sometimes the boy would glance down at it, his brow furrowed in concentration, as if listening to a voice no one else could hear. The girl moved ahead with her mask glimmering softly, the etchings across its surface glowing in subtle pulses. Morty wondered if she felt the same pull, if the mask whispered to her as the stone did to the boy. The robot followed as always, steady and vigilant, its steps heavy but never intrusive, like the steady beat of a drum beneath a melody. They emerged suddenly into a space unlike the others. This chamber was vast and circular, but unlike the dome of water and light they had left before, this one was filled with columns that rose from floor to ceiling. Each column was translucent, and within each one flowed streams of golden light, moving upward like rivers running against gravity. The air shimmered faintly, carrying a scent that was not quite earthly. Something like metal, something like rain, something like neither. The girl stepped toward one of the columns, placing her hand gently against its surface. At her touch, the stream within slowed, then shifted, curling into shapes. Morty saw forms appear, branches spreading, stars flaring, eyes watching. The column's inner river shifted to mirror not the world outside, but the depth within her. She turned her mask toward them and whispered, "The citadel remembers us as much as we remember it." The boy moved closer to another column and held up his stone. At once, the flow inside bent toward him, forming the shape of a child's hand pressed against the inside of the translucent surface. The boy hesitated, then lifted his free hand and placed it upon the column. The two hands, one flesh, one light, aligned perfectly, separated only by the thin wall. For an instant, Morty thought the surface would dissolve and the boy would step through, but then the light rippled and returned to its upward stream. The boy pulled back, his expression unreadable, though his grip on the stone tightened. Morty approached a column himself. As he drew near, the golden river shifted into spirals, then into faces. His breath caught when he saw his own reflected there, though it was not the face he carried now. It was younger, unlined, almost unfamiliar in its simplicity. The face did not mimic his movements, but looked at him with quiet patience, as though reminding him of something he had lost. He stepped back, his chest heavy, unable to hold its gaze any longer. The robot, too, moved toward a column. Unlike the others, the light within did not shift into faces or branches, but into endless, interlocking circles, rotating slowly like the gears of some vast hidden mechanism. Morty thought he saw within them the suggestion of countless paths intersecting and diverging without end. The robot stood still, its lenses reflecting the patterns, and though it did not move, Morty felt as if it were listening, not with ears, but with the silent depth of its entire being. They lingered in the forest of columns for what felt like hours, though time was unmeasurable here. Each column whispered its own memory, its own echo, yet none explained, none offered answers. They were not guides, but mirrors, revealing only what one carried inside. At last the girl lowered her hand, her mask's glow dimming. "We cannot remain here," she said softly, and her voice trembled with a weight Morty had not heard before. "If we linger too long, we will forget which reflections are ours." So they left the chamber of columns, returning to the narrow corridors. The air grew cooler again, and the hum receded into silence. Morty's steps echoed faintly, and he found himself thinking of the faces he had seen, his younger self, watching with patient eyes. The boy walked quietly beside him, holding his stone close. Morty wanted to speak, to ask what the child's hand in the light had meant, but the stillness of the citadel made words feel heavy, out of place. Instead, they moved in silence, letting the memory sink deeper into their bones. They came next to a stairway spiraling downward. It seemed endless, curving into darkness with no visible end. The girl began the descent without hesitation, her mask casting a faint glow against the stone. The boy followed her, then Morty, then the robot. The air was colder here, and a faint draught rose from below, carrying with it a whispering sound, like countless voices speaking at once, but too faint to understand. Morty shivered, though not from fear. The sound was not hostile, only immense, as if they were passing through the edge of something far larger than themselves. Step after step carried them deeper until at last the staircase opened into a chamber vast beyond measure. Morty could not see its walls, only a floor that stretched outward like a plane. Above them hung not a ceiling, but a sky, dark, endless, filled with stars. Morty blinked, certain it was an illusion, but the stars shimmered as real as any night sky he had known. Yet they did not twinkle with the same randomness. They pulsed in patterns, forming shapes that shifted slowly across the void. At the center of this endless plain stood a single monolith, taller than anything they had seen before. It was black and unadorned, yet its surface seemed to absorb the starlight and return it as faint glimmers. The girl approached first, her mask's glow joining with the reflections upon its surface. She reached out her hand but did not touch it, only stood before it in silence. The boy stepped forward as well, raising his stone. The monolith pulsed faintly in response, a ripple passing across its surface like a breath. Morty felt his chest tighten as though the same breath moved through him. He stepped closer too, though he carried no stone, no mask. Still, as he drew near, the stars above shifted, aligning briefly into patterns he could not decipher, but felt deeply as though they had been waiting for him. The robot came last, standing slightly apart, its lenses reflecting both the stars above and the monolith before them. For a long time, none of them moved. They stood together in the vast plain, small figures before an immense silence, each carrying their own reflection of what the citadel had shown. The girl's voice broke the stillness at last. "This is not the end.
It is a door." Her words lingered, sinking into the plain, into the stars, into their hearts. Morty did not know what waited beyond, nor what the door would demand of them. Yet as he stood, with the boy, the girl, and the robot, he felt the weight
Of the silence, and within it, the certainty that their path was not chosen by chance. They remained there, standing before the monolith, the stars shifting slowly above, as though the citadel itself waited with them for the moment when the door would open. The silence that surrounded the monolith did not feel empty, but charged, as though every star above them leaned closer, waiting. Morty's breath came shallow, his chest rising and falling with a rhythm that felt not entirely his own. The boy stepped nearer, holding up the stone, its faint pulse now stronger, resonating with the unseen current within the plain. He raised it high, and for a moment the stone glowed so bright that Morty had to shield his eyes. The surface of the monolith rippled like water disturbed by a sudden breeze. The girl placed her hand upon her mask and bowed her head. Her whisper was almost lost in the vastness, yet Morty heard it as though it had been spoken directly beside his ear. The citadel listens. The mask's lines glimmered in response, sending threads of light across her fingers. She lifted her gaze toward the monolith, and the stars shifted again, forming a circle that enclosed them, as if marking a boundary around the gathering. The robot advanced slowly, heavy steps echoing like distant thunder. It stood beside them and extended its arm toward the monolith. For an instant, its metallic surface reflected the stars in endless patterns, as though the robot itself had become another column of memory from the chamber above. Morty thought he saw in those reflections a future he could not name, pathways intersecting like the endless circles within the translucent column earlier. Yet the robot gave no sign of recognition. It only stood firm, waiting, silent as always. Morty approached last, uncertain of what he could offer. He had no artifact, no mask, no mechanism. Yet, as he neared, the surface of the monolith shifted again, revealing within it shadows of landscapes, rivers winding through valleys, mountains crowned with snow, the faces of people long vanished. Among them, fleetingly, he saw his own face, not younger as before, but weary, lined as he was now, yet standing in some place of light he did not know. He raised his hand and, without hesitation, placed it against the surface. It was cool, unyielding, yet alive, as though a pulse beat faintly within it. At the touch of all four, the monolith's surface cracked with a sound like stone splitting under pressure. Light poured from the fissure, not blinding but immense, cascading upward until it met the stars. The crack widened into a narrow seam, and then into a doorway tall enough for them to pass through. Beyond was not darkness, but a glow, diffuse and endless, like the horizon before dawn. The girl stepped back slightly, her masked face tilting as though she weighed the silence within herself. "To enter is to surrender what we carry," she murmured. The boy looked at his stone, fingers tightening around it, unwilling to release it, yet he did not step back. The robot made no movement at all, but Morty sensed it understood the same truth. He turned inward, searching for what he carried, though he did not yet know if surrender was possible for him. They stood at the threshold, and the doorway hummed faintly, waiting. At last, the boy moved. He stepped toward the light, lifting the stone before him. It pulsed fiercely, then softer, as though saying farewell. He released it, and the stone drifted forward, dissolving into the glow until nothing remained. The boy gasped, clutching his chest as if a part of himself had been taken, yet, when he lifted his eyes, they shone with something deeper, steadier. The girl followed. She raised her hands to the mask, the light upon its surface flickering. For the first time since Morty had known her, she hesitated, fingers trembling. Then she lifted it slowly, pulling it away from her face. Beneath was not a revelation, but simplicity, her face pale, human, her eyes glistening as though freed from a long shadow. She placed the mask into the doorway, and it too dissolved into the glow. She exhaled, and Morty saw the weight of years leave her shoulders, though sorrow lingered in her gaze. The robot stepped next. It extended its arm, and from its chest a compartment opened, revealing a small core of spinning light. Morty realized then that this was its center, the heart of its function. Without pause, the robot removed it and placed it into the doorway. The glow consumed it gently, and for a moment the robot stood motionless, as though life had departed. But then its eyes flickered faintly again, dimmer yet still present, as though something else had replaced what was surrendered. Morty remained. The others had given something tangible, stone, mask, mechanism. He had nothing but himself, his memories, his weariness, the unspoken grief that had carried him this far. He stood at the threshold, uncertain. The light pulsed softly, patient. Morty closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He thought of the faces he had seen in the columns, of his younger self, of the reflection within the monolith. He thought of the endless corridors, the stars shifting above, the silence that had shaped him. And he understood then that what he must surrender was not an object, but the hold he had kept on the past. He opened his eyes, pressed his palm firmly against the glow, and whispered, "I let go." The light surged gently around him, enveloping his hand, then his arm, then his entire body. It did not burn, it embraced. His breath caught as memories flickered before him. Moments of laughter, moments of loss, fragments of paths he had walked. One by one they loosened their grip, not vanishing, but no longer binding him. He stepped forward, and the glow accepted him. Together they passed through. On the other side was not the chamber they had left, nor the citadel as they had known it. Instead, they emerged into a vast expanse filled with shifting light, as though the stars themselves had descended and now moved around them in slow, graceful arcs. The ground beneath their feet was solid yet translucent, a surface of woven radiance. Every step sent ripples outward as though they walked upon the surface of a living dream. The boy stood tall beside them, no longer clutching a stone, but carrying its pulse within his own chest. The girl's unmasked face glowed faintly with the reflected light, her eyes steady, unshielded. The robot moved slower, its form diminished but still steady, each step a declaration of persistence. Morty felt lighter, as though the air itself carried him forward. They moved across the radiant expanse without direction, yet the space seemed to guide them. Arcs of light bent toward their path, forming bridges, dissolving again once crossed. Sometimes shapes flickered nearby, echoes of trees, rivers, towers, yet they were not fixed, only impressions. Morty sensed that this was not a place of form, but of transition, a realm between what had been and what was yet to come. After some time, though time had no meaning here, they reached a rise in the expanse where the light gathered into a single fountain, flowing upward like a column that touched the unseen sky. Within its center was a shadow, tall, indistinct, but waiting. Morty's heart tightened, for he felt it was not a stranger, but something he had always known. The boy stepped forward, his voice steady. "This is where it leads." The girl placed her hand upon his shoulder, silent but resolute. The robot stood beside them, its diminished glow flickering yet unwavering. Morty inhaled slowly, steadying himself, and together they approached the fountain of light. The shadow stirred. It did not speak, but its presence filled them with the weight of countless paths converging into this single moment. Morty felt that, beyond this point, the citadel's silence would no longer be only reflection, but choice, and the step they took here would shape not just themselves, but everything that had led them here. He glanced at his companions, the boy with light in his chest, the girl unmasked, the robot still enduring. He nodded once, more to himself than to them, and together they moved toward the fountain, into the brilliance, into the threshold of what waited beyond. The brilliance of the fountain engulfed them, and for an instant Morty thought he had been dissolved entirely, reduced to fragments of memory and breath scattered through an endless sky. Yet, slowly, shape returned, though not the kind that stone or soil provided. He found himself standing on a surface both luminous and intangible, like the crest of a wave, frozen in perpetual motion. Around them, the expanse stretched outward, in every direction, filled with strands of light that wove together like threads of a vast tapestry. Each strand shimmered with shifting images, faces, landscapes, storms, celebrations, all flowing in and out of one another with seamless grace. The boy inhaled sharply, pressing a hand against his chest. The pulse that had been the stone now resonated louder, harmonizing with the threads of light. The girl raised her bare face, unhidden, and her expression softened as if the air itself soothed her. The robot's diminished glow flickered but did not fail, and Morty felt its persistence like a heartbeat beneath the hum of the expanse. From the fountain's core, the shadow stepped forward, no longer indistinct. It coalesced into a figure, taller than any of them, draped in a mantle woven from the very strands surrounding them. Its features were neither fixed nor fluid, but shifting with every moment, as though it contained all the faces Morty had glimpsed in the citadel's columns. It regarded them with an intensity that was not sight but presence, and when it spoke, the voice was layered, carrying echoes of countless tones, high and low, young and ancient. "You have entered the convergence," it said. The words reverberated through Morty's chest more than his ears. Few arrive, fewer still choose. The boy stepped closer, trembling but unyielding. What must we choose? His voice cracked with both fear and eagerness, and the pulse in his chest quickened. The figure extended its arm, and the strands of light shifted, gathering into two great currents. One swirled to the left, luminous and swift, filled with images of creation, cities rising, rivers flowing, voices joining in harmony. The other turned to the right, slower, heavier, filled with dissolution, mountains eroding, structures collapsing, stars dimming one by one. The figure gestured to both. Currents. All paths end here. From here, you determine which river is to be carried forward. Morty's heart clenched. He understood the enormity of it instantly. This was not a choice for themselves alone, but for everything that had been bound into the Citadel's silence. The histories, the futures, the countless lives woven into its strands, all rested in the balance of their decision. The girl stepped forward next. Her bare eyes shimmered with the reflected glow of both currents. If we choose creation, do we erase what has been lost? She asked, her voice hushed, yet steady. The figure's mantle shifted, strands flickering with the images of countless generations. Nothing is erased. What has been dissolves into the silence, yet silence itself is never empty. It holds, it remembers. To choose creation is to give weight to memory's continuation. To choose dissolution is to release memory into stillness, where no further path unfolds. The robot, silent until now, extended its arm toward the slower current. Its diminished glow pulsed once. Morty could not tell whether it pointed in warning or in desire. Perhaps the machine, built to endure, understood something they did not, that even dissolution bore meaning. Morty stood still, overwhelmed. The boy's youthful determination pushed him toward creation. Morty could see it in his eyes. The girl's sorrow made her hesitate, weighing the burden of continuation against the release of stillness. The robot seemed caught between persistence and surrender. And Morty himself felt torn. Part of him longed for dissolution, for an end to the weight of memory that had followed him here. Yet another part, stronger now, clung to the fragile possibility of renewal, the chance that silence could birth not only endings, but beginnings. The figure remained motionless, waiting, patient as eternity. The boy spoke again, louder this time. If we choose creation, then what we lost still matters. It becomes part of what is carried forward. He looked at each of them, his youthful face illuminated with conviction. I can't let it vanish, I won't. The girl touched his shoulder, her fingers light but grounding. And if what we carry forward becomes burden, if it chains us as the mask chained me? Her eyes filled with unshed tears. Not every path deserves continuation. The robot raised its head, its eyes flickering weakly. When it spoke, its voice was fractured, mechanical, but filled with something beyond circuitry. To endure is meaning. To release is also meaning. Choice defines the silence. Morty closed his eyes. Within the darkness of his mind, he saw again the faces he had touched in the Citadel's columns, his younger self staring back at him, the countless memories pressing close. They were not burdens now. They were fragments of light, pieces of a greater whole. He exhaled and stepped forward, placing himself at the center of the group. We cannot erase the silence, he said, opening his eyes to meet the figure's shifting gaze. but we can decide whether it holds us still or carries us onward. I will choose to move forward, to let memory breathe, not suffocate, to allow the silence to be not only an end, but a beginning. The boy nodded fiercely, relief in his expression. The girl hesitated longer, her lips trembling as if caught between two words. At last, she lowered her gaze and whispered, "Then I will walk with you, though part of me longs for rest." The robot made no protest, only pulsed once more and
moved beside them. The figure extended both arms. The current surged higher, wrapping around the group like waves. "So be it," it said, voice echoing across the luminous expanse.
the current of creation swelled, its light expanding until it engulfed them completely. Morty felt warmth course through him, not unlike the moment he had surrendered his past, but deeper, fuller. The dissolution current faded, its images dimming into silence, leaving only faint echoes that dissolved into the tapestry above. The light lifted them, carrying them upward through the woven strands. Morty felt as though he were rising through layers of memory itself, faces flashing past, landscapes forming and dissolving, voices calling out in languages he did not know. Each memory brushed against him like a passing wind, yet none clung. They were not his to hold. They were carried now, alive, free. When the ascent slowed, they found themselves standing upon another expanse, higher than the last. Here, the light was softer, gentler, like dawn stretched across infinity. The tapestry spread wide below them, glowing with countless strands, still weaving, continuing without end. Above, the stars hung closer than ever, vast and endless, yet intimate. The boy placed a hand over his chest and smiled faintly.
"It's inside me now, not the stone, but the current itself." The girl turned to face the horizon, her bare eyes glistening. "It is not rest," she admitted softly, "but it is freedom." The robot stood silent, yet Morty sensed its
agreement in the steady rhythm of its faint glow. Morty gazed at the horizon. He did not know if they had reached an ending or only another threshold. Yet for the first time since entering the citadel, he did not feel bound by its silence. Instead, he felt carried by it, as though he had become part of the current itself. He inhaled deeply, and the breath did not weigh heavy but rose light within him. The figure of shifting faces remained below, watching but not following. It lifted, a hand, as though in benediction, and then dissolved back into the fountain, becoming one with the tapestry. The group stood together in the soft light, uncertain of what lay ahead, yet certain they would step into it. And when they began to walk, once more, the silence that surrounded them was no longer oppressive. It was alive, vast, and full of promise. The light of the horizon stretched endlessly, neither sun nor star defining its glow, only a gentle radiance that seemed to come from every direction. Morty and the others walked across the expanse, though what they stepped upon could not be called ground. It was as though each step shaped a surface from memory, paths appearing only when they willed themselves forward. The boy walked eagerly, still holding a hand over his chest, as if guarding the current that pulsed inside him. The girl moved more slowly, her bare eyes scanning every ripple of light, uncertain whether freedom meant deliverance or simply another form of captivity. The robot followed, its frame flickering yet steady, each movement measured as though it knew this place demanded care. Morty found himself pausing often to breathe. Every inhalation seemed to draw not only air, but echoes of voices, faint whispers woven into the silence. They were not oppressive now, but neither were they distant. It felt as if the silence itself conversed with him, not in words, but in sensations, guiding him without direction, reminding him that he carried not one path, but countless. He touched his chest and wondered how much of himself remained, and how much had already dissolved into the current. Far ahead, the horizon rippled, and a shape began to form. It did not rise from the ground, nor descend from above, but emerged as if a thought becoming tangible. At first it was only a shimmer, then gradually it solidified into a structure that resembled a bridge. The bridge extended into the distance, disappearing into a haze of light, and upon its surface gleamed countless fragments, each one a shard of memory. Some glowed softly like fragments of laughter, others pulsed with grief, others flickered like fleeting dreams. The bridge was alive with them, and the silence carried their resonance outward. The boy stepped toward it eagerly. "This must be the way forward," he said, his eyes bright. But as his foot touched the first fragment, the shard flared with
an image not of his memory, but of another life entirely.
a woman knelt in a field of wheat, her hands stained with earth as she planted seeds. Her face was streaked with both sorrow and hope, and the echo of her breath filled the space around them. Then it vanished, dissolving back into the shard. "We do," boy gasped and stepped back. "That wasn't mine." The girl touched the fragment gently, and another image appeared. A ship drifting across a black sea, its sails torn, its crew singing even as the waves threatened to engulf them. Their voices echoed, blending into the silence. When the image faded, the girl lowered her hand. "These are not only ours," she murmured. "They belong to all who passed before, all who entered the current." Morty understood. The bridge was not made for one alone. It was built from the convergence of countless lives, memories carried forward, never erased. If they were to cross, they would walk upon the weight of everything that had ever touched the silence. The robot extended its hand to the shards, and a different vision appeared. Gears turning in endless sequence, machines building upon machines, their creators' faces blurred, their purposes forgotten. Yet even in their repetition, there was beauty, rhythm, and persistence. The robot withdrew its hand slowly, as though reluctant to let the vision go. They stepped onto the bridge together. Each shard they touched flickered with memory, and Morty felt himself absorbing pieces of lives he had never lived. A child chasing fireflies in a summer field, an old man carving words into a stone, a dancer, twirling beneath rain that shimmered like stars. Each vision came and went swiftly, yet lingered within his chest. The boy laughed at some, cried at others. The girl trembled with every step, caught between wonder and sorrow. The robot remained steady, but Morty could see its light shifting with each fragment, as if reassembling itself anew. The bridge stretched far, farther than they could see, and the haze ahead remained unmoving. As they continued, Morty began to notice something strange. Some fragments did not glow with memory, but flickered weakly, dim and unstable. When touched, they revealed only silence, empty and void. He paused before one, his heart heavy. These were not memories carried forward, but ones that had dissolved entirely, lost to stillness. They were absences, holes in the fabric. The boy frowned at them. "Why are they here? If they are lost, why remain?" The girl answered quietly, "Because even absence leaves its mark. The silence remembers what is no longer remembered." They continued, weaving between glowing shards and dim ones, each step heavy with realization. Morty began to feel the weight
of choice again pressing upon him, for the bridge was not only path, but testament. If they faltered, would they too become fragments dimmed into absence? At last, after what felt like days yet no measure of time, the haze ahead began to thin.
A new form emerged from the light. It was not a figure like the one they had seen at the fountain, nor a structure like the bridge, but something vaster. It was a gate, enormous and shifting, formed from strands of light that wove together and unraveled endlessly. Beyond it, Morty glimpsed only shadow, not darkness, but an undefined expanse waiting to be shaped. They stood before the gate in silence. The boy pressed his hand to his chest. "This is it. The current leads here." The girl trembled, her voice low. "But what waits beyond? Another silence, or something we cannot imagine." The robot tilted its head, faint sparks flickering within its chest. "Unshaped, undefined. It will be what you decide." Morty looked at the gate and felt a surge of fear unlike any he had known. It was not fear of pain or loss, but fear of becoming the very thing he had walked so far to escape. Another silence, another prison. He turned to the others, his voice steady though his hands shook. "We've carried the current this far, but stepping through, it means becoming part of it. We may not return, we may not remain as we are." The boy's eyes burned with determination. "Then we become more." The girl lowered her gaze, tears tracing her cheeks. "Or less." Morty touched her hand gently.
"Maybe both. Maybe that's the only way forward." The robot moved first, stepping closer to the gate. Its frame flickered violently, sparks scattering like fireflies, but it did not falter. The boy followed, his small frame vibrating with
both fear and courage. The girl lingered, her bare face filled with doubt, then exhaled and took Morty's hand. Together they stepped toward the shifting strands. As they neared, the gate began to hum, a resonance that matched the current within their chests. The strands parted slightly, beckoning. Morty felt the weight of every memory they had witnessed pressing upon him, urging him onward. He closed his eyes, breathed once, and stepped through. Light consumed him, but not blinding. It was warmth, endless and embracing. He felt himself unravel, every fragment of memory within him scattering outward, joining the strands. For an instant, he was the boy, the girl, the robot, the woman planting seeds, the crew upon the ship, the child chasing fireflies. He was all of them, and they were him. And then he was beyond, stepping into the undefined expanse. The gate dissolved behind them. The silence no longer weighed upon him, it carried him. Before them stretched an endless canvas, shadow and light waiting to be shaped. The boy laughed with joy. The girl wept with both sorrow and relief. The robot pulsed with new light. Morty raised his gaze to the horizon. There was no path now, no bridge, no citadel. Only the current within them, ready to weave what would come next. And for the first time, he felt not lost within the silence, but found within its promise. The expanse unfolded before them without boundary, a place where distance had no meaning and shape was born only when acknowledged. Morty stood still, for a long time, letting the strangeness wash over him. It was not a void, not the heavy silence he once feared, but an openness that awaited direction. Every breath seemed to ripple across the space, stirring patterns in the haze. The boy gasped in wonder and began running, though with each step, the ground beneath him shifted, forming as his feet struck it, dissolving the instant he moved on. The girl clutched Morty's hand, hesitant, her gaze darting around as though expecting the world to close in. The robot remained still, its frame humming faintly, light flowing from its core in small rhythmic pulses. "Where are we?" the boy shouted, though the sound did not echo. Instead, his words became streaks of light that drifted away, dissolving into the distance. Morty's throat tightened. "Nowhere yet. It's waiting for us," the girl whispered. "Or waiting to consume us." Her voice trembled, but carried a sharp edge, as though speaking it aloud might shape reality. The robot shifted slightly, its head turning with deliberate slowness. "Not consume, become. Space is responsive. Threads respond to intention." The boy tilted his head curiously, then closed his eyes. When he opened them, a tree stood before him, its trunk shimmering like glass, branches reaching outward, with leaves that gleamed in hundreds of colors. He laughed in delight and touched the bark, though it was cool and hollow, more illusion than substance. With a blink, it dissolved again, scattering into drifting motes. Morty exhaled, realizing the truth. This place was not a world. It was a loom. Everything was woven only by thought, sustained only by will. The boy's excitement, the girl's fear, the robot's calm, they would all ripple outward, shaping what existed. But the question pressed into Morty's chest like a weight. What should he make of it? The boy tried again, forming shapes with gleeful abandon. Hills of glimmering stone appeared, streams of silver water flowed, strange beasts with too many eyes galloped across the horizon. Yet each creation lasted only moments before unraveling into haze again. The girl backed away from them, her breath quickening. "It's not real," she whispered. "It's nothing. It's tricking us." Morty touched her shoulder gently. "No, it's not nothing. It's waiting for us to decide. Maybe it can't hold until we agree." Her eyes narrowed. "Agree? With what? With who we are? With what this place should be? Morty, what if we can't?" The boy ignored them, still conjuring shapes that dissolved as quickly as they came. He was laughing, but there was an edge of frustration now in his laughter. The robot stepped closer and placed its metallic hand upon the ground. A different formation rose, simpler, sturdier. A single stone platform, square and solid, did not vanish. The light within its core glowed brighter as the structure held steady. Morty realized what it meant. The robot was not imagining. It was anchoring. It did not dream or desire, but it built with deliberate focus, grounding intention into pattern. Where Morty and the others created fleeting illusions, the robot gave them weight. The boy cheered, racing to stand upon the platform. "It stays! It stays!" The girl approached more slowly, touching the stone. It was cool and heavy, real in a way none of the shimmering trees or rivers had been. Her expression softened slightly, though doubt still flickered in her eyes. Morty knelt and placed his palm on the stone beside the robot's hand. For a moment, he let the current within his chest flow outward. The platform responded, widening, thickening, becoming a foundation beneath their feet. He felt the boy's joy feeding into it, the girl's caution tempering it, the robot's rhythm reinforcing it. Together, their presences formed something enduring. A floor stretched beneath them, vast enough to hold them all. For the first time since stepping into this place, Morty felt balanced, yet even as the foundation expanded, Morty sensed something, watching. Not a presence like before, not the faceless figure of the fountain, but a pressure, as though the expanse itself was aware of their attempts to define it. The haze shifted subtly, curling inward, pulling close as if drawn to their work.
The boy did not notice, still gleefully summoning small shapes.
The girl, however, stiffened. "It's moving," she said sharply, pointing to the haze that thickened like clouds. "It doesn't want this." Morty looked closer. The haze swirled, forming vague outlines, not of landscapes or creations, but of faces. Countless faces flickering in and out, their expressions unreadable. Some looked sorrowful, others furious, others hollow and absent. Morty's stomach twisted. Were these remnants of the lost shards, or echoes of choices unmade? The robot's voice was calm but firm. "Threads. Resist. They do not wish to be bound. Balance requires persistence." The boy faltered at last, noticing the shifting haze. His laughter stopped, and his eyes widened. "They're watching." The girl pulled back toward Morty, her voice sharp with fear. "We shouldn't be here. We shouldn't try to make anything. Look at them. They'll tear it apart." Morty's pulse thundered in his ears. The faces drew closer, whispering, though their words were indistinguishable. He felt their weight pressing on his chest, pressing against the current inside him. For a moment, he wanted to give in, to let the haze reclaim them, dissolve the foundation, and end the burden of choice. But then he remembered the bridge, the fragments they had walked upon, each memory carrying forward. He remembered the countless voices that had once felt suffocating, but now echoed as possibility. This place was not meant to be left untouched. It was meant to be shaped, not alone, but together. Morty closed his eyes and pressed both palms against the stone. He let the current surge outward, not in fear, not in desperation, but in acceptance. Images rose within him, not fleeting illusions, but moments shared. The boy's laughter, the girl's tears, the robot's steady rhythm, the visions of lives they had carried across the bridge. He let them flow into the foundation. The stone blazed with light. The haze recoiled, the faces dissolving into streaks of shadow. The girl gasped, clutching Morty's arm. The boy shouted with exhilaration. The robot's frame shuddered, sparks dancing along its edges, but it did not falter. The foundation grew stronger, extending outward into a plain. Hills rose at its edges, not shimmering illusions, but grounded forms. A sky arched above them, pale and vast, tinged with soft color. It was fragile still, trembling as though uncertain, but it held. Morty staggered back, his chest heaving. The current inside him burned, but not painfully. It was alive, vibrating with the resonance of what they had made. He looked at the others. The boy was smiling, wide and unguarded. The girl was crying, though her hands trembled less. The robot's light pulsed steadily, its frame stabilizing as though renewed. The haze lingered beyond the horizon, watching, but it did not move closer. Morty realized it would never vanish entirely. It would always surround them, waiting for weakness, ready to reclaim what was unanchored. But perhaps that was the balance, creation against dissolution, persistence against stillness. The boy pointed upward.
"Oh, we can make more! We can make a whole world!" The girl shook her head, though not with refusal. "If we do, we must be careful. Everything we put here matters. If it breaks, if it unravels, it won't just disappear. It will leave scars." Morty
met her gaze and nodded. "Then we build together. No illusions. Only what we can hold." The robot's voice was steady, resolute. "Persistence will endure. Threads align, if woven by many." Morty looked again at the fragile sky, the trembling hills, the plain beneath his feet. It was small, imperfect, unfinished. Yet it was theirs. And as long as they wove it with intention, it could grow. For the first time, he felt not only the weight of the current, but its promise. This was not an ending, it was a beginning. In the end, every step they had taken, every fracture they endured, and every vision they carried had not been for escape, but for understanding. The void had never been empty. It had been waiting for them to claim it, not as conquerors, but as weavers of what could be. Each fragment, each shadow, each thread of memory and choice had converged into this fragile beginning, teaching them that worlds are not inherited fully formed. They are made in moments of courage, fear, laughter, and persistence. Morty, the boy, the girl, and the silent rhythm of the machine had discovered that creation was not perfection, but continuation. Balance would never be final. The haze would always press at the edges, the faces would always linger, and the foundation would always tremble. Yet within that trembling lay the beauty of persistence, the promise that as long as they stood together, weaving thread by thread, there would always be something more than silence. And so they did not look back at the bridge, nor at the shadows that once haunted them. They faced the horizon, fragile and unfinished, and stepped forward, not to find an end, but to begin again.